Start by doing what is necessary, then do what is possible, and then suddenly you will be doing what seems to be impossible. Good morning, friends. This is Devang here. In my last video, I had told you regarding what to read for CA final costing subject. Well, continuation of that. Start by whatever is necessary. Study material, RTP, past papers. These things are something that is basic necessary. Yeah. Secondly, do whatever is possible. Do something extra, whatever is possible by you. And if you do these two things, trust me, if you do these two things, then trust me, you will be achieving what seems to be impossible. Yeah. Anyways, my today's session here is to discuss the RTP for the June 20 exams. RTPs were released by ICAI a few days back, and for the June 20 exam, this falls under the necessary category. In my last video, I told you that I'll be making a discussion about this RTP. So here goes. Here is my discussion. This is for CA final SCMPE subject, that is your costing subject, June 20 exam wala RTP that was just released. We are doing that discussion now. Yeah. Okay. Now total 10 questions are there in your RTP. Some of them theory, some of them practical. But as you know, this subject of CA final costing now is more towards the analytical side rather than the calculation side. Yeah. So the questions that they have given in RTP are also more towards the analytical side. First few questions were kind of case study theory questions. Look, as per the ICAI weightage, they say that they will give only 20 marks case study, but they have never followed the weightage that they have given. Even in the RTPs, you will not see that weightages. They have many more case studies than just 20 marks. Yeah. Anyways, so this is how the RTP starts. My very first question in the RTP is about gain sharing arrangements. Now what we will do is, I will not just discuss the RTP, but I will also discuss the relevant theory which is applicable in that RTP, yeah, in this particular question. So with every question I will first discuss, I'll give you a short revision of the particular theory, and then accordingly we'll see the question of the RTP. Yeah. So question 1 is about gain sharing arrangements. Gain sharing arrangements you had learnt in chapter number 2. Yeah. So chapter 2 theory mein tha gain sharing arrangements. So first let us go to chapter 2 theory. In my book, you'll find that on page number 2.23. I've just accumulated those theory pages on my screen here. Page number 2.23 in my book. Look, all the theories that have ever come in the exam or that have come in this RTP, all that is covered in my book. So like I had told you in my last video, you don't need as such anything else beyond my book for the basic understanding. Yeah. So on page number 2.23 in my book, you'll see this topic about gain sharing arrangements. So let us remember what was exactly gain sharing arrangements. Gain sharing arrangements means that if I am manufacturing some goods, I need some materials for that. You remember we've learned about make or buy for the materials. Yeah. Now socho, currently I make my own materials. I have a proposal that I can buy out materials from a ready-made material supplier. Say I am the manufacturer, I manufacture of finished goods, but the material required in that finished goods also I myself manufacture currently, right now. Now, you are into a business and you are supplying that same kind of material. So if I purchase material directly from you, that was my make or buy decision. We've done that in chapter 6. Now gain sharing arrangements is a little extended version of that. So instead of me purchasing material outright from you, what we do is both of us come into a deal. Both of us make a deal between ourselves that I will get material from you. You will be my material supplier. You will supply materials to me, but I will not pay any fixed purchase price to you. You will not get any fixed selling price from me. I will not pay any fixed purchase price to you. Rather, both of us have made a deal that whatever is the benefit due to our arrangement here, whatever is my benefit due to our arrangement here, I will share that benefit with you. Does this mean that I will share profits on my finished goods with you? No. The profit which I earn on my finished goods, it is my profit. That I will not share with you. But what am I going to share with you? What I am going to share with you is not my profit on the finished goods, but the gain, benefit that I get because of this arrangement between us. So what was the benefit if I get in this arrangement between us? Well, simple. If I was making my own material, it was costing me say 20 rupees per kg. Now if you are making materials for me, it is costing say only 15 rupees per kg. So between both of us, when I did manufacturing, it costed me 10 rupees, 20 rupees per kg. But now when you are manufacturing material, it costs only 15 rupees per kg to you. So between both of us, there is 5 rupees benefit, 5 rupees gain, 5 rupees savings in cost. This savings in cost is called as gain. When I manufacture material, then 1 kg material was costing 20 rupees. When you manufacture material, then 1 kg material is costing 15 rupees. So 5 rupees is the gain in manufacturing the material. This gain will be shared between both of us in some ratio, say equally. Yeah, this is called as gain sharing arrangement. So look, under this arrangement, you are not getting any fixed income. You are not getting any fixed income. So you, who are the material supplier, you will have some risk involved. Imagine when you enter into the gain sharing arrangement with me, at that time you might not know that you will actually have savings in cost or not. You might have done your budgets and estimates, but you don't know that whether you will actually have any savings in cost or not. But yeah, that is a risk that you are ready to take. Yeah, and you are ready to take that risk because you will be sharing some gain with that. Done? Yes. So this arrangement is called as gain sharing arrangement. We'll see some details देखो in the theory first. Gain sharing is an approach to review and approach to the review and adjustment of existing contract or a series of contracts where adjustment provides benefit to both the parties. Yes, provides benefit to both the parties. A fundamental form of gain sharing is where a supplier agrees to perform its side of contract with no guarantee of receiving a payment. You are my material supplier, you are providing me service of giving me material, but you are giving me material with no guarantee of receiving any fixed payment. No guarantee matlab no fixed payment. So this is one main term, no guarantee of receiving a payment. Instead, any payment received is based upon the benefits that emerge to the customer. Benefits that emerge to the customer. Say in my example, I am the customer, you are the supplier. Because of our arrangement, whatever benefit I will get, that is what we will share. So any payment that you receive is based on the benefits that emerge to the customer as a result of successful completion of the supplier's side of the bargain. This is clearly a risky stance for the supplier. Naturally, this will become risky for the supplier because it could spend a fortune and walk away with nothing. You might be spending lots of money, but you don't get any benefit out of it. Might happen. Alternatively, if the benefits to the customer are substantial, then the supplier could find itself rewarded with large return. If because of you I get lots of benefit, then you will also share the benefit which I get. Yeah. In this situation, the supplier could almost be described as taking an equity stake in the customer rather than entering into a contract with it. There must be no rewards for the supplier to achieve higher return through adversarial behavior or by hiding behind the contract. ठीक है. Gain sharing deals are on the face of it a win-win situation for suppliers and their customers. Yeah, this is how the gain sharing arrangement works. Now, this is the basic theory here. Now, based on this theory itself, we have the case study in the RTP. We'll see that case. Chalo. We'll read. Raya Healthcare Limited is a leading healthcare service provider in Mumbai. It has approximately 450 potential beds. It provides diagnostic and daycare specialties facilities also. In diagnostic centers, they are using traditional devices for CT scan and MRI, which are not enough as per demand. Notice this. In diagnostic centers, they are using traditional devices for CT scan and MRI, which are not enough as per the demand. ठीक है? Patients waited more than weeks for CT and MRI scans. This problem can cause delay in diagnosing illness, waste of time, other resources, not just in radiology but throughout the healthcare system. In short, because your CT scan MRI services were not enough, you had these problems. Raya has planned to outsource CT scan MRI services to Live Life. Live Life is another company which has a world-class international chain of diagnostic centers. So Live Life has world-class international chain of diagnostic centers. So look, in my hospital, my diagnostic services were very traditional devices. I was using very traditional devices, but I'm planning to outsource to Live Life. Live Life has world-class devices, world-class chain of diagnostic centers, meaning they are specializing in only this diagnostic parts. I am running a hospital. For my hospital, diagnosis is one of the part. It is like one of the material that I need, one of the inputs that I need. But Live Life is basically only into the services of diagnostics. They have world-class chain of diagnostic centers. Live Life promised to provide radiologist reports within 24 hours. However, finance manager of Raya doubt that it will not be a profitable arrangement. So, for the satisfaction of Raya, Live Life has entered into an agreement to provide its services to Raya with no guarantee of receiving the payment. Look, your company is Raya Healthcare. Say my company is Raya Healthcare. Your company is Live Life. I was having doubts that if I come into an arrangement with you like this, then this arrangement might not be profitable for me. It might turn out to be more expensive for me. That was what I was thinking. So to solve my doubts like that, what you suggested is that Live Life has suggested that they enter into an agreement to provide services. You said that you will provide me services with no guarantee of receiving payment. I was feeling risky. I was feeling that कि ये खर्चा हो जाएगा या expensive हो जाएगा. So you told me that no, you will enter into this agreement with no chance or no expectation of any fixed payment. So I don't have to pay any fixed money to you. Now, can this arrangement ever work out to be more expensive for me? No. I have to pay you money only if I get benefit out of your services. I have to pay you money only if I get benefit out of your services. Simple. Yeah. Well, that I will underline. Look, at the end of my entire discussion, whatever highlighting, underlining notes that I put on my screen here, I will be putting PDFs of all this in my links. Yeah, you'll get the PDF link for all the things that I'm showing you here. So even if you don't have the RTPs with you, even if you don't have the actual physical copies of the RTP, not a problem. I will be putting these PDFs directly in the link, so you can get it from there. Raya agrees to the following conditions. देखो Raya ने बोला that he does not want any guarantee of payment, but this is what he agrees. This is what he wants. He says that cost savings generated in the first year will be retained by Live Life. So savings in first year will be taken by Live Life. Whatever savings they will generate in the first year, entire savings they will take. So if I was spending say 1 lakh rupees on diagnostics every year, then Live Life will be, say maybe they were able to do the diagnostics within 80,000. So 20,000 savings हुआ मेरे को, but that पूरा 20,000 savings which I got, I have to pay it to them in the first year. So first year they will take my entire savings. Second, cost savings generated in the second and third year will be shared between Raya and Live Life in the ratio 30-70, and the cost savings generated in fourth year will be completely passed on to my company. So look, under this arrangement, first year I will not have any benefit, but second, third, fourth year, yes, I will have benefit. Yeah. Any cost saving generated by an idea proposed exclusively by Raya, if idea was proposed by me that does not require capital investment by Live Life, will be immediately passed on to Raya. So if I give them some idea because of which they have some savings in cost, because look, I have been also doing this in my company since many years, so I might have some ideas that will save cost for you. So if your cost was saved due to my idea, then that savings will be passed on to me only. Yeah, this is the arrangement, this is the agreement we have made, and you're supposed to discuss the arrangement between Raya and Live Life. Look, this is a kind of case study where they have given a case, but this case as such does not have any problem. Look, all the case studies that you get might not be like problem solving case studies. This is just a situation you are given and you are just supposed to describe that situation. Yeah, we will describe the situation with respect to the theory of gain sharing arrangements. Yeah, so if you remember that theory of gain sharing arrangements, you have to highlight in your answer that this arrangement is risky for Live Life. Look, initially Raya thought that it was risky for them, but then Live Life said that he will do the services without any guarantee of receiving payment. So now it is not risky for Raya, now it is rather risky for Live Life. So this makes it risky for the supplier, yes. Plus, you need to describe that if they are not asking for any payment, then what will they get? What they will get will be this cost savings. Look, I'm not just discussing directly the answer given, rather I am helping you think that how should you think of an answer. When they ask you a case study which pertains to a specific theory, you just have to know the theory and highlight those points of theory in this case study. Highlight. They are not as such asking any suggestion from you. You just need to highlight the different aspects of that theory in this case study. The main aspect of gain sharing arrangement is that there is no guarantee of receiving payment, that you highlight. Secondly, because there is no guarantee, so there is a risk for that supplier, that also you highlight. Yeah, and if there is no guarantee for the supplier, then what will he get? Well, he will get some benefit, share of the benefit. What is that benefit in this question? Well, benefit in this question is the cost saving. Cost saving in the diagnostic services. Well, extra what you can do is you can think of some examples. You can think of some examples of cost saving, that in what examples of cost savings, like say in this case, you know that your company was using traditional devices to do the CT scan, MRI and all, but Raya, Live Life is using more world class devices, and they are a world class chain matlab they must be having economies of scale also. Plus there will also be, because this Live Life is a world class chain of diagnostic centers, so I might say that there might also be non financial benefits. You might even get certain non financial benefits. Why? Because Live Life is a bigger brand in a diagnostics, so when my hospital will say that my diagnostics are in type with Live Life, then that might give you better brand value and all. Yeah, anyways, all these discussions you can make in your answer there. You just need to reassure that the agreement between Live Life and Raya seems to be good. Yeah, finally you conclude by saying that gain sharing arrangements will be working out only if there is win-win situation for both of them. Yeah, these are certain theory points of gain sharing arrangements that you have to highlight in your case study answer here. Yeah, once again let me show you the gain sharing theory accordingly. Dekho, this was my theory and these were the main points in the theory part here, which says that there is no guarantee of receiving a payment. Okay, benefits that emerge to the customer will be shared between both of them. It will be risky for the supplier, and ultimately it should be a win-win situation. because whatever benefits customer gets, he will share some portion of that benefit with the supplier. Yeah. Anyways, so accordingly, let me show you the answer of that as per your RTP. RTP mein this is the answer. We'll read out the answer. Chalo. The agreement between Raya and Live Life is a gain sharing arrangement. Gain sharing, also known as cost saving sharing arrangement, is an approach to review and adjustment of an existing contract or a series of contracts where the adjustment provides benefit to both the parties. Basically, what is written here is the theory itself. Exact word to word theory, definition and all. A fundamental form of gain sharing is where the supplier agrees to perform its side of contract with no guarantee of receiving a payment. Yes, this is again part of the theory. Instead, any payment received is based upon the benefits that emerge to the customer as a result of successful completion of the supply side of the bargain. This is the basic theory here. Yeah. Further, now for this case, Live Life and Raya has also entered into such agreement. This is clearly a risky stance for the supplier. Dekho, you had to mention that it is risky for the supplier because same words, because it could spend a fortune but walk away with nothing. Same words from the theory. Look, when you answer case studies, you notice here that you are not practically answering many things new. You are just answering the theory given with example of the case given here. You are just answering that same theory which was there in your book, but you are using that same words of theory, taking these company names as example. Yeah. Alternately, if the benefits to the customer are substantial, then Live Life could find itself rewarded with a very large return. You notice that same words in the theory. देखो यहाँ पे same words in the theory. Supplier could spend a fortune and walk away with nothing. If benefits to the customer are substantial, then supplier could find himself rewarded with a large return. Yes. Cost savings might be attained from reducing the cost of supplies, implementing new skill technologies. These are some examples of cost saving given. देखो. We said that there should be cost savings, only then they will have the benefits to share. So cost savings might be obtained from reducing cost of supplies, implementing new skills and technology, revised delivery time, improvements in operations. You are also told one more point in the question that you're also told here one more point in the question which said that Live Life guarantee is that they will provide report within 24 hours. So this might also give you savings in cost. Savings in time is savings in cost. This you can put as example in your savings and cost. Further, the gain or benefit or advantage that is to be shared not necessarily be financial. Gain or benefit not necessarily financial. There might be non-financial benefits also. Of course, financial benefits are expected to occur frequently. Raya, for instance, will not necessarily take cost savings in the form of lower contract value but might require a higher specification for medical treatment. Yeah, rather than saying that you save cost, I will say that you give me better services than what I was giving. Yeah. However, to assess any financial benefit, both parties have to provide each other with access to relevant cost numbers. This is important. Look, if we are going to share the cost savings, then we have to share with each other the cost information. I have to frankly tell you that what cost was I incurring. You have to correctly tell me that what cost have you incurred. Yeah. So there has to be very clear communication between us. Have to provide each other with access to relevant cost numbers. So I have to provide my records to you, you have to provide your records to me, so that we can prove to each other that what cost was I incurring, what cost you are incurring now. To determine the basis for the assessment of benefit and calculation of the share of the benefit. For calculation and sharing of the benefit. So for that matter, whatever cost we incur, we have to share our cost data with each other. Yeah. Many contracts involving these arrangements have emphasis on greater openness and shared development and improvement. Yes, this is continuation, greater openness. I should be open with my records released to you. You should openly release your records to me. In the given case, gain sharing deals are, on the face of it, a win-win situation for both Raya and Live Life. Interest of both are aligned. Live Life is trying to save cost of Raya, while Raya is trying to get world class services. दोनों का benefit है. Yeah, I will get some savings in cost, and I'll be also getting some world class services. You'll be getting a share of the benefit. Done? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That was question number 1, which was regarding gain sharing arrangements. Going back, question number 2 in your RTP. Question number 2 in your RTP is about cost management in a specific sector. Well, you remember this was chapter 5. I have not discussed chapter 5 in my routine classes because frankly there is absolutely nothing new to learn in chapter 5. Yeah, it was about specific cost management in certain specific sectors. Here they are talking about some sector about some company who is selling vegetables, selling fruits and vegetables. So this question is a very general question. No particular theory about this question exists in your book. Now when you get a question on which there is no specific theory in the book, so if the question is not based on any particular topic from your final syllabus, meaning you need to answer that question in general terms. Remember, I have told you many times in class that when you answer case studies, you don't answer as if you are answering in the exam. Rather, you answer the case studies as if you are a practicing chartered accountant. Imagine you are done with chartered accountancy, you are a practicing chartered accountant, and this customer has come to you asking your suggestions. Then do you give suggestions to the customer based on chapter this and chapter that? No, you give suggestions to the customer in general. Well, most of case studies you have to answer like that, as if you are giving suggestions to your client. Your purpose is not just to give a correct answer, your purpose is to impress the customer. Ultimately your purpose is to impress that customer, impress the client. Yeah, so accordingly I need you to design your answer to the case study. So this question, chalo, let us read. This is a very generalized question. We'll see what is the problem or what are the suggestions they are asking. Fresh Bazaar was founded in 2014 as Fresh Bazaar Mart. It provides amazing place for fresh organic fruits and vegetables. After launching its operations in November 2014, it grew to about 150 stores within 3 years, majorly in metro cities. But it soon found that it did not have systems and infrastructure to support that expansion. So the story here is that you are into sale of fresh organic fruits and vegetables, but you expanded, grew to about 150 stores within 3 years, but you don't have systems and infrastructure to support that expansion. Okay? Fruits and vegetables are a category of competitive market types which offers these products very low margin. So your product is in a very competitive market, so your margin is very low, profit margin will be very low, while the rental costs and other overheads are high. Yes, rental costs and other overheads in general will be very high. Also, staff attrition means my employees leaving the company. Staff attrition, poor locations, supply chain issues, infrastructure problems prompted it to shut nearly 45 stores. You had expanded to 150 stores, but within 2 years shut nearly 45 stores within 2 years. So within 2 years you had to shut down 45 stores. Within 2 years, if you had to shut down 45 stores, definitely it indicates a big problem. So this paragraph here is giving you mainly details about problems in the company. Since then, the company has standardized its operations and increased centralization of its supply chain. Yes, so after that, good enough, they have at least done some standardization. Standardization, centralization, okay. So everything is now centralized from one place only. They are managing everything, and they have made standard policies of doing work in the company, so that every store will not work however it wants. Every store will work according to the standard policy of the company. Yeah. Though they provide all types of fresh organic fruits and vegetables under one roof, instead, in local mandis, people have to go from one place to another. Look, my company is providing all fruits and vegetables at one place. My company is like a huge chain of stores. It is like a supermarket. But fruits and vegetables, people also buy from local vegetable vendors. Oh, jo lari leke aate hai. Yeah. So my company is providing everything under one roof. Local mandi pe, that vegetable seller or fruit seller will be selling only particular types of fruits and vegetables only, so the customer have to buy from different places. In local mandis, people have to go from one place to another. I can say that this is a benefit that I am providing. Pehle diya problems in my company, now this describes benefits in my business. Good things about my business. Problems in my business, let me say these are good things about my business. But in spite of that, we are still unable to compete with the local vendors. Look, I'm giving everything under one roof. Still, I was unable to compete with the local vendors, and you saw that my stores are getting shut. Why is that happening? Aage dekho. It also faces huge opposition from politically powerful small vendors, farmers, and the middleman. The problem is with that small vendors, farmers, and middlemen. You are facing opposition from small vendors, farmers, and middlemen. Fresh Bazaar had major hurdles in 2016 when it chased out state Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, India's most populous region, after protests by small vendors, farmers, and intermediaries. So they had to shut down their stores in these states. Yeah. Mr. Kailash, manager of Fresh Bazaar, purchases fruits and vegetables from wholesale mandis. You're making a purchase from wholesale mandis. Well, now, according to me, this seems to be my biggest problem. This is my big problem. Why big problem? Because look, I am competing with the local vendors at the mandi. And in fact, I am purchasing my stuff from that mandi itself. Then how will I compete with them? Yeah, my suggestion would be that if you are making purchases from the wholesale mandi, okay, rather than retail mandi, you are purchasing it from wholesale mandi. But I would suggest you still do backward integration. Rather than purchasing from the wholesale mandi, that mandi people are the intermediaries. Anyways, you saw that intermediaries were creating problems. Might as well skip the intermediaries. Your company should plan to purchase directly from the farmers. You should plan and make the purchases directly from the farmers. In that case, intermediaries are removed. So if intermediaries are removed, you can get the purchases at a much cheaper rate. Plus, you can even pay a little more to the farmers for that. Farmers also happy. Intermediaries are removed. You are also saving some cost. Yeah, that can be my suggestion. That will be my biggest suggestion here. Yeah. Price of fruits and vegetables fluctuate in wholesale mandis on a daily basis, which is directly dependent on supply of fruits and vegetables by the farmers. Yeah. In addition, supply also depends on transport facilities, rain, political factors, etc. Okay. Fresh Bazaar sells these fruits and vegetables at the almost same price as of local vendors. Look, now this is understandable. I am purchasing from the local mandi only, wholesale mandi. Hence, my selling price is effectively turning out to be same as the price of the local vendor. Yeah. Maybe that is why my customers are still buying from the local vendor. If I could give them at a lesser price, then they will probably purchase from me. Yeah. Though the quality of local vendors is not as good. उनका क्वालिटी भी अच्छा नहीं है, still people are not preferring to buy from me, they are buying from them. But the local public prefer to buy fruits and vegetables from local vendors on roadsides only. Yeah, their business still requires lots of investment. There is no synergy in the activities of the company. देखो और problems दिए. You require some lots of investment. No synergy to the activities of the company. No synergy. Synergy means that multiple activities in my company are not working very coordinated. If my one activity is very much well coordinated with the other activity, then it will give you extra benefits. That extra benefit is called as synergy. But in my company, the activities are not integrated properly, so maybe that because of that there is no extra benefits that I'm getting. Due to all these reasons, Fresh Bazaar is incurring continuous losses. Yeah, Fresh Bazaar wants to expand its business and wants to make money in every store that they set up, and that would be the way in which they scale up their business. So, this is what they want. Advise: is there any scope to reduce losses and increase profitability? So, look, this case study is different. It is not like question 1. In question 1, the case study that was given, they did not have any particular problems in the company, but you are giving them still suggestions for improvement. This case study is a problem solving case study. The client has come to you with a problem, you just give your recommendations, suggestions to solve that problem. Yeah, plus in this question it is not based on any particular theory, it is not based on any particular chapter. So yeah, it is a chapter, but there is no specific theory involved here, so you just give your suggestions in general. Let us think about what general suggestions can I give. Let me give you my biggest suggestions. My biggest suggestion here is that instead of purchasing from the wholesale mandi, you rather purchase directly from the farmer. What will be the benefit of that? If I purchase directly from the farmer, then first of all intermediaries are removed, so I can have some cost saving. Each of that intermediary will be charging his own commission. You remove the intermediaries, you don't have to pay that commission, you pay directly to the farmer. Because of this, you might be able to pay even more to the farmer, and in spite of that it will be cheaper than buying from the wholesale mandis. So I will save cost, farmer will get better income, and because I save cost, I might be able to sell my final product at a lesser price. And if I can sell at a lesser price, then there will be no stopping to me. My company is already having fruits and vegetables of better quality. Secondly, my company is giving all fruits and vegetables under one roof only. Only problem right now is that my selling price is almost same as the local vendor. Acha, now if my price is same as the local vendors, another problem in that what I can imagine would be that, look, if I'm into chain of stores and all, imagine you go to Reliance Fresh and you purchase some fruits and vegetables from there, but that Reliance Fresh is again a chain of stores. Can you do bargaining at the billing counter? No. You go to the local sabzi wala and all, you do lots of bargaining. You ask your mother, they must be doing lots of bargaining. I also go many times, and if I don't bargain, I get a scolding from my wife. So I have to bargain. थोड़ा सा bargain बनता है. At least after purchasing say 1,000-2,000 rupees का fruits and vegetables, at least she will expect me to ask the vegetable vendor to give dhania for free. These are some small bargains. It might not give me major savings in cost, but it gives satisfaction to the customer. हाँ, कुछ तो free मिला. Well, that bargaining might not happen in the supermarket. Yeah. So the problem is that also that at my store we have fixed prices. So no bargaining. Maybe because of that the customers are not buying from my company. Yeah, if I am able to offer them at a selling price lesser than the local mandi, then they don't need to bargain. Anyways, I'm offering a lesser price, they don't need to bargain, they will definitely increase my sales. Yeah, so two major things here. Number one, I purchase directly from the farmer, and because of that I get cost savings. Due to that I might be able to keep my selling price lower than the local vendors. These are my two biggest suggestions I can give. Plus other problems that you notice, dekho, other problems was that there was opposition from the small vendors, farmers and middlemen. Well, if I start purchasing directly from the farmer, then there is no middleman in between. Nikalo middleman ko. Intermediaries are completely removed. Yeah. Plus, I'm purchasing directly from the farmer. I pay them better. Farmer also happy. And eventually, because of this, is the customers are supporting me. If the customers are buying from me, I have the support of customers, then I can forget about the small vendors. Yeah, this is how my business model can be better described. Finally, they have also given one more problem here, that there is no synergy to the activities of the company. Well, for that, I recommend you give the theory of value chain analysis. Remember value chain analysis, chapter 1? This was the one where we learnt about value added activities, non-value added activities. Now, when you see that there is no synergy in your activities, so you analyze your activities better. Value chain analysis means you analyze all the activities involved in your business, identify non-value added activities, value added activities. Try to eliminate the non-value added activities if possible. If not, at least try to integrate all activities with each other so that it gives you more overall benefits. Yeah, ESA suggestions is what we will give over here. Yeah. Anyways, that is some points in this question that I have highlighted. You notice that I have highlighted certain important things in the question which I will mention in my answer. Yeah, which I will mention in my answers there. ठीक है, चलो, we'll see the answer. Fresh Bazaar sells these fruits and vegetables at almost the same price as that of local mandis. So look, they have just describing the problems again. Same price at which I am selling. Though the quality of local mandis is not as good as my company, I am selling at the same price, but my quality is better. But the local public prefer to buy fruits and vegetables from local vendors on roadsides only. This is because of the bargaining power of the buyer is more from the local vendor. Yes, they have described the point of bargaining power, because local vendors say they can do bargaining. My company is selling at a fixed price. That is a problem. Yeah, Fresh Bazaar should try to reduce the cost by closely study of the organization's value chain. Look, they had also written one point here that my overhead costs are very high. That might also be solved by analyzing my value chain, removing the non-value added activities. Yeah. So analyzing the value chain in agriculture sector, approximately 30% of total production lost every year before it reaches the customer. Look, you don't need to give those numbers. These are just some extra analysis that they have given. Yeah. Fresh Bazaar can reduce these losses by analyzing various segments of value chain in India. Each segment of agricultural sector like production, processing, marketing, etc. work in an isolated manner and is not integrated. I need to bring integration in that value chain analysis. For example, based on the customer demand, I should tell the farmer what should you grow. Based on the customer demand, I'll tell the farmer that these vegetables are in more demand, you grow more of that. Yeah, that is like integrating my production and my sales activities. Fresh Bazaar should attempt to integrate all the segments of value chain and try to remove all the intermediaries. Remove all the intermediaries. If I remove intermediaries means I will directly purchase from the farmer. So that removing intermediaries will benefit both farmers and the consumers. Farmer ko I can pay better and consumer ko I will charge lesser selling price. Yeah. One new idea is given here. New idea which I find very good is about contract farming. This is a new idea, not given anywhere in your theory of the subject. Look, one benefit of RTP is also that while referring the RTP, you will get to know about many new topics or new ideas. This new idea does not appear anywhere in your study material, but I find it a good idea to listen to this. Contract farming. Contract farming is what? Well, it means that I make a contract with the farmer. I tell him that you grow this particular product in your field and I will give you fixed amount of money for that. So farmer ke liye good that he will get a fixed income, and good for me that now after paying that fixed income to the farmer, whatever grows in that field, everything I will take. So he has assured sale also, assured sales due to which he is getting a fixed income. Yeah, that is called as contract farming. Contract farming participation could enhance overall value chain performance in terms of increasing production, lowering transaction costs, boosting quality of the output product. Contract farming is an agreement between buyer and the farmers based on which agricultural production is carried out. It also stipulates the quality required and the price at which farmers agreeing to deliver at a future date. I will tell the farmer exactly what to grow, what quality to grow, and I will fix a price for the farmer that itna grow karke do, confirm guarantee I'll purchase it from you. Yeah. In certain cases, I will also tell the farmer how to grow. You know, Lay's ka wafers jo aata hai, yeah, Lay's wafers that they are producing from potato, naturally potato wafers. Yeah, Lay's are actually doing contract farming. They're actually doing contract farming. They have given contract to certain particular farmers only, and they will also provide them the seeds. They will provide them seeds for the potato, some kind of hybrid potato seeds. And you know that that particular potato which Lays are using is also patented potato. कभी सुना था एग्रीकल्चर में भी पेटेंट होता? No, but yeah, they have patented a particular breed of the potato. They have patented the breed which they have themselves developed, and they will give contract to the farmer. Only that farmer can make this particular breed of the potato. Yeah, they will themselves provide the seeds also. They might also provide the fertilizers and everything. You just have to give your labor. The farmer has to just give efforts on the field. I will give him the seeds, I will give him the fertilizers, I will arrange for everything. You just have to grow. This is called as contract farming. Lay's is actually doing that. Many other companies are also doing that, but this is one example which I know. So they will also stipulate the quality required, price at which the farmer is agreeing to deliver at a future date. Everything is pre-decided. That is contract farming. At present, Fresh Bazaar purchases fruits and vegetables from wholesale mandis. Instead of buying from wholesale mandis, they should participate in contract farming. Again, look, many suggestions are repeated. In the institute answers, it might happen that many places suggestions are repeated. This is a repetition. To reduce contract farming will reduce input price risk. Why will my input price risk reduce? Because look, when I purchase from the local mandis, wholesale mandis, then there was price fluctuation. It was written in the question. But if I get into contract farming, then there will probably be no price fluctuation because I have to pay a fixed contractual amount to the buyer, to the farmer. I have already agreed on a selling price with the farmer. पहले से बोल दिया that I will give you this much selling price. So my selling price now does not depend on weather factors or say climate conditions or anything else. It does not depend on. I will pay a fixed selling price to the farmer. Yeah. Reduce input price risk. That is price of fruits and vegetables which fluctuate every day in wholesale mandi. Through contract farming, Fresh Bazaar can also agree to support the farmers by supplying inputs. Yes, I told you I can supply seeds, I can supply fertilizers and all. Support the farmers by supplying inputs, assisting in preparation of land, etc., giving technologies, effective use of power supply, providing production advice and transporting produce to its premises to maintain desired quality of desired level of quality. Yeah. In addition, Fresh Bazaar can also use target costing. Look, I'm just trying to think of all the topics in our subject which might be applied over here. If I am doing now contract farming, it is as good as I myself am doing the farming. I can also implement target costing to reduce other operating costs. They told in the question that my overheads are very high. So to reduce that other overheads, you can also suggest to do target costing. Yeah. Since the small roadside vendors continue to coexist, now about that vendors. You had problem with those vendors also. Since they continue to coexist, देखो beautiful suggestion given here. Fresh Bazaar should also supply their fruits and vegetables to them. If I'm doing contract farming, purchasing directly from the farmer, then I might also plan to supply my produce to the local vendors, so that instead of they revolting my existence, they will find my existence better, because they can get materials, they can get their fruits and vegetables from me at a lesser price than what they would get from the wholesale mandi. Yeah, so if I start supplying to them themselves, it can avoid opposition from the small vendors and farmers, and it is a win-win situation befitting benefiting everyone. Yeah, yeah, this is my suggestion here. So as you can see, it is a very generalized kind of suggestion. Whatever good thoughts come to your mind, just put them all over here. Yeah, I've just described my good thoughts and the good thoughts given in your answer there. Done. Yeah. Okay, next we'll be going for question number 3. Okay, next question 3 is about the topic of 5S. 5S, if you remember, it was one topic under chapter number 3. Chapter 3, page 3.10 पे हमने किया था वो topic. I'll show you the theory. In your books, in chapter 3, page 3.10, you had that theory about 5S. Now, chapter 3 was about lean systems and innovation. Lean systems means the systems to reduce wastage. Yeah. So this was under the part of lean system, which means systems to reduce wastage. We had learned many topics under chapter 3, topics like say Six Sigma, TQM, Kaizen costing and all. One of that topic in this chapter was about 5S. When I did this topic in my theory class, I told you that this was quite a ghatia topic, because as such there is not much anything new to learn. But yeah, although it is a ghatia topic, still uske upar ghatia case studies can come. But trust me, the case study, if it comes on this topic, it will turn out to be very easy. This topic is so ghatia that it is very easy. Yeah, what is this about? Dekho, this was about 5 different terms that were given in Japanese language. But you don't need to remember the Japanese language, you just remember the English language ka 5 important terms. Which 5 terms we were talking about here? Well, we are talking about 5 major terms here, like these. It is talking about sort, set in order, shine, standardize and sustain. Now I'll explain each of that terms as per the theory, and will apply that in the question that we had. Basically this was about workplace arrangement. This topic is about arranging things in my workplace, arranging the items, arranging the things in my workplace in a better way, so that I can work better. It is about organizing the workplace. Dekho, my theory here, this was explains how a workspace should be organized, and for that the 5 different suggestions given. Sort basically means that you remove the things that you don't need. Sort basically means that you remove things that you don't need or you don't need now. Yeah, so it makes the work easier by eliminating obstacles, because I don't need this stuff right now. You remove it from your desk. That is removing the obstacles. Reduce the chances of being disturbed by unnecessary items, prevent accumulation of unnecessary items, that is called sorting. Second, set in order. Sort means to remove the unnecessary things, so necessary things remain. Now out of the things that remain, that also should be set in order. Set in order means arrange. Set in order is basically talking about arranging things. Arrange the remaining necessary items. Arrange what? Arrange the necessary items, because unnecessary things you have anyways removed. The necessary things which remain, arrange them in a better way, which is most efficient and accessible. Most accessible, easily accessible. You know, in your kitchen, I might have given you the same example. In your house, in your kitchen, you have the things in your kitchen arranged in a particular order. Like the spices and all will be right below the stove, so that it is easy to access. Yeah, food grains and all might be in the backside cupboard, because that you don't access like every 5 minutes. So you arrange the things in the most accessible manner. Ensure FIFO basis so that old goods are sold out or used out first. Place the components according to their uses. You place the things according to how you are going to use them. Third is shine. Shine is all about cleaning, keeping your workplace clean. Look, if the place is clean, then your stuff will be easy to find. For example, check your cupboard. Mostly your mother might be scolding you to keep your cupboard very untidy and all. Well, I never had that problem because I used to love cleaning my cupboard. Every time when I don't have any work, chalo cupboard saaf karte hain. Well, cleaning the things will make your things more organized. Yeah, in my cupboard I remember that even my I used to listen to CDs, that audio CDs and all. I had three different bundles of audio CDs, that stacking case of audio CDs, and each audio CD within the stacking case will also be in a particular sequence. Anyways, my point is that you clean your cupboard, clean your premises properly so that you can find the stuff easily. In your cupboard, if your clothes are not properly arranged and cleaned, then you will not find the clothes when you actually need it. Yeah, so shine is about cleaning the workplace. Just a moment. Shine is about cleaning the workplace, keeping the things clean, and detect any problem within 50 feet. If your workplace is clean enough, then you can easily detect problems when needed. But if it is not clean enough, if my workplace has so many things cluttered around, then I might not be able to detect any problems when there is some problem. Say machine ke aage there are so many other things lying that if the machine stops working or machine starts, say, having some problems, I might not be able to even see that. Yeah. And standardize means to follow best practices in the work area. Look, I'd given you examples about standardizations earlier in some other topics. Here again I give that examples. Remember McDonald's wala example. At the McDonald's branch, every food item that they manufacture is made in the exact same standard way. They don't need a chef inside McDonald's. Why? Because they will make every burger in every McDonald's branch is made in the exact same way, because they have a standard method of doing the work. Standardization, if it is implemented, then my work will be error free. Because look, if there is no standardization, then my employees will do the work according to their judgment. Well, I say don't leave anything to the judgment of employees. Rather, you make standard policies of doing the work. That this work ऐसे ही करना है, ये काम ऐसे ही करना है. There is no other way of doing the work. Don't use your brains. Just do the work exactly what I tell you to do. This is called as standardization. So standardize, and for that you can follow the best practices in the work area. Maintain high standards, orderliness. Every process has a particular standard, and you do the process according to that standard method only. Yeah. And sustain is basically to continue doing these other four things. Sustain basically means continue doing these other previous four things without being told. Proper training might be given to the employees so that they can do the 4S's. They can do all the earlier 4S without being told. That is called as a sustain. In short, sustain is to ensure that these 5S are done in a long term. Yeah, it is not like a one time job. Chalo ek baar clean kiya ho gaya. No, you have to keep doing it. Ek baar cupboard saaf kiya ho gaya. No, you have to keep doing it. That is called as sustain. Yeah. Okay, so this was my theory about 5S. Plus, let me also remind you that the same theory also comes in my very next topic, TPM. What was TPM? TPM was about total productive maintenance. It is not TQM, it is TPM. TQM was about improving the quality of my products. TPM was about improving quality of my machines. Machines को up to date रखना, machines का quality improve करना. Yeah, it was about maintaining the machines properly so that the machine does not break down. Well, there were 8 pillars of TPM, but the first pillar, the foundation of TPM, was 5S itself. Why? Because if you want your machines to be maintained properly, then 5S is necessary. For that, you should have your workplace organized, you should have your things set in order, you should have removed unnecessary items, you should keep the premises clean, you should have standard methods of doing work. All that will be necessary to keep your machines also up to date. Yeah, so if there are any problems in the machines, it might be because you are not following 5S. Done? Yes. Okay, so 5S also comes under TPM. This will also be used when I answer the case study. Look, when they ask you a case study about specifically a particular theory, then in your answer, you should remember all the places where you have seen that theory. If they ask you a case study about 5S, then while giving your answers in that, you think of all places in your theory book wherever you have seen 5S. You've seen 5S as a separate topic of 5S here, and you've also seen 5S as a foundation in the pillars of TPM. Both of that we can describe in the answer. Look, as I said, your purpose is not just to give a correct answer. Your purpose is to impress the client, or in this case impress the paper checker. You can impress the paper checker by showing him that you know the topic of 5S, and you also know that it comes in the topic of TPM. Done? Yeah. Okay, anyways, we'll see that question number 3. Gold Star Limited deals in manufacturing of traditional cycles. Recently, apart from manufacturing old style cycles, GSL starts assembly of electronic cycles. So they have started one new product, electronic cycles, electric cycles. Since GSL didn't expand the factory area, so they have started electric cycles, but they did not expand the factory area. So look, you are starting a new product, completely new line of production, but you are doing it in the same factory. Post starting assembly of electric cycles, hence production floor largely remains over occupied with all sort of materials, jigs and tools. Production floor largely remains over occupied. Well, I can say that this pertains to my very first theory about sort. Sort was having to reduce unnecessary items from your production floor. Well, right now the company has that problem that their production floor is remaining over occupied with so many materials, tools and equipments and all. Some of them are frequently used, some of them are often used, and some are less often, even some are quite rare. They have already told you that the tools and equipments and materials that you have are in 4 categories. Which 4 categories? Dekho, they have given 4 categories: frequently used, often used, less often used and rarely used. बन गया मेरा suggestion here. This is my suggestion. My first suggestion will be sort, and within sort I'll say that you sort according to these 4 categories. Categories भी बना के दिया. देखो आगे. The workers usually complain that all categories of jigs and tools are not available. Complain that your stuff is not available. Tools which are available also of those belongs to those products and designs which are outdated. So what is necessary is not available. What is available, जो available है, are of outdated models. Models मतलब पुराने models which I am not even manufacturing now. Yeah. Although floor manager is of the opinion that instead of saying tools are not available, it can be said that they are not accessible. So instead of saying the tools are not available, it is rather can be said that they are not accessible, meaning tools are there but they are not being accessible. है पर मिल नहीं रहा है. It is there but you are not able to find them. This is clearly my problem of set in order. Because if you have all the tools, you arrange them properly, then it will be easy to find. Yeah, and you can see there, dekho, because workers pick the tool from the toolkit or tool board, but not place it back after use. This is the main problem. Workers not place the tool back after use. Hence, it becomes difficult to locate such tool later or identify the worker with whom these tools may be available. This is clearly a problem of set in order. Worker ने tools ले लिया, use कर दिया, but after using it, he is not putting it back in place. If he doesn't put it back in place, then the next worker will not find it. Yeah, and the next worker doesn't even know that which worker had earlier taken the tool. Further, On the name of maintenance department, there are only two staff members who are responsible for ensuring that every machine or equipment must be running order and effective. So maintenance department, there are only two staff members. Due to shortage of staff in maintenance department, I'll underline that. Chalo. Shortage of staff in maintenance department, requests for repairs of plant machinery are not handled within reasonable time frame, and the same will result in sharp deterioration of utility effectiveness of such plant or machine. Well, this I can relate with TPM. You see that if 5S is not maintained, then TPM machine maintenance will also be a problem. So I can say this is relating 5S with TPM. I'm just telling you which theory topics I can use to describe which part of the question. Also, I can say that the 5S may say the S of shine can come over here. Shine means cleaning the workplace, keeping the premises clean. If it is not clean, then machine problems might not be detected. Yeah. Requests for repairs and plant machinery are not handled within reasonable time frame. Repairs not handled within reasonable time frame, and the same will result in deterioration of utility effectiveness of the plant. Even in some of the circumstances, replacement remain the only option. GSL has reasonable standard operating procedures for manufacturing of cycles business, but scenario is worse in case of assembly of electronic cycles. This is about my standardization. Also one of the S that we had, standardize. So they have reasonable standard operating procedures for cycles, but standardization is worse in case of electronic cycles. For electronic cycles, there is no standardizations done. Since GSL has recently entered into the assembly of electronic cycles, hence KPIs are not established for all factors which are part of the assembly process, including the critical success factors. Remember chapter 8. In chapter 8, we've done about CSF and KPI. Critical success factor was CSF. CSF, critical success factor, means what defines my success. What do I consider as success for my company? And KPI means how to measure that success. Yeah, what defines my success is my success factor. That what is the thing that I want to succeed at. And KPI is how to measure that thing. Well, there is no standardization done in this company because there is no success factor they have defined for electronic cycles, and therefore they don't even have any KPIs to measure that success factor. This is again a problem. I can describe that when I say about standardization. As you can see here also, this question is like a problem solving a case study. Many problems you are given, you'll just give recommendations for all these problems. Yeah. At GSL, the attrition rate of senior management positions is quite high. Attrition matlab workers leaving the company, pretty high, and no formal hierarchy tree is established. No formal hierarchy tree. Hierarchy tree matlab who reports to whom, who is superior, who is inferior. Pura organization is nothing fixed over there. Anyone reports to anyone. Anyone can tell anyone to do the work and all. There is no hierarchy decided here, which results in drastic shift in workplace culture due to frequent changing roles and responsibilities. ठीक है. Regarding safety of man and material, now about safety, GSL is on forefront, taking all reasonable care which is essential for the purpose of eliminating any possibility of workplace accident. So good, chalo, at least one thing is good in the company, that safety measures are pretty good in the company. But assembly line of electronic cycles witnessed an incident recently. One incident has happened where one model of X2 during assembly caught fire because wires set of X2 come in exposure of sparkling from light point near such assembly line. ठीक है. Such fire caused burns of some other material too, which was lying near to the assembly area. Again, I can use this to describe my point of shine. Material unnecessary pada hai, so it was like many unnecessary things were lying there. It was like my place was not cleaned properly. Because it was not cleaned, so that material got burnt. Yeah. Post such incidents, CEO calls for a meeting of all top tier executives, majorly including production and operations manager, safety staff, maintenance staff, store manager, etc., etc. Apart from the manager accountant, management accountant. During the meeting, while production and operations manager highlights some of the problem areas, management accountant quoted 5S as solution to problems faced by GSL. CEO asked management accountant to be ready with a report and presentation on 5S which can highlight the operational aspect of 5S. Operational aspect means how to implement 5S in this company is what you have to highlight. Yeah, so when you highlight, you don't just write the theory of 5S, you write that in this company how should they implement 5S, what should they do. Yeah. Anyways, required, you are the deputy management accountant and asked by him to prepare a case in form of a report in favor of implementing applying 5S at GSL and explaining the expected benefits from the implementation of 5S. So you have to tell two things. You have to tell how to implement 5S in this company, and you also tell that if you implement that, what will be the benefits to the company in implementing that 5S. Sab likhna hai in your answer. So in short, we've identified the major points of problems in the company for each of the 5S's. We'll just put that in an organized manner in our answer. Yeah. So check answer chalo. Okay. Now the report is addressed to the CEO. All that time pass you can write. Now the main part. First part in my answer here. This is just the basic theory of 5S. We'll see. 5S represents scientific way of workplace management. It is about, yes, workplace management, so that work can be performed effectively, efficiently and safely. 5S was come into practice as a part of Toyota blah 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 blah. ठीक है. The 5S refers to five Japanese terms: sort, set in order, shine, standardize and sustain. They define a system of workplace organization. It is a system of workplace organization. This is the definition. Sort. Now for each point they have given the description. Look, I'm not reading the theory, I'm not highlighting all theory points here because theory I have already shown you earlier. I'll just show you this in one line. Sort means to separate needed and unneeded materials. Unnecessary materials you remove, and to remove the unnecessary materials. Set in order means to arrange materials and equipment so that they are easy to find and use. Arrange. Shine means to clean up, means to conduct a cleanup campaign. Standardize means to formalize procedures and practices, do the work according to standard formal methods, standard methods, so that all steps are performed correctly. And sustain means to form a habit of always following the first four S's through training, communication, etc. One extra theory also here, they say that later sixth S was also introduced, that is safety. Look, RTPs might give you extra theory. This is one extra theory, only one line as such. Also this is extra or new theory. Sixth S they have just added, that is safety. Anyways, first S1, they call it as sorting. Sorting means to remove the unnecessary items. That was the basic meaning. Now in this question you will identify what problem the company is having, tell them to solve the problem, and thirdly tell them the benefits of solving the problem. Three stages mein each step you decide, three parts mein each of the S you describe. Yeah, देखो, in order to overcome the problem of idle laying over material across all the production floor area, sorting of material is needed to be done in the following categories. Four categories bola tha question mein, that same four categories mein you can sort the material. Instead of giving sorting by this category, you give sorting as per the category given in the question. Here they say that you sort them as not needed, needed but not now, needed but not here, needed but not in so much quantity. That kind of classification you can do. For purpose of doing sorting, GSL need to answer the following questions: that what is required, how much is required, when and where is it required. Same four things repeated. देखो, the same four things repeated over here. Sorting material depending upon category, can be separated and made ready for movement shift. In order to segregate the sorting materials, visual aid techniques can be used. देखो new idea. To segregate the sorted material, visual aid techniques can be used. Visual aid technique is like color coding. You can do some color coding. I have given some example. You can give color coding like red tag, yellow tag and all. Red tag might be the materials which are unwanted things. Yellow tag means the materials which are needed things. Yeah, you can just sort the material as yellow tag and red tag. Red tag wala hata do. Yeah. Sorting can help GSL to identify. Now we describe that this sorting will help GSL in what way? It will help GSL like this. It will help that obsolete materials that are not required as the design has become obsolete. So you can identify obsolete material, defective material, scrap material. Help GSL to identify obsolete material, defective material, scrap material, material not in place, and unnecessary extra unuseful material. In short, ultimately it is talking about identifying the unnecessary material. Yeah, that is my sorting, because of which it will help in reducing the materials lying vacant on the production floor by segregating them into different categories and ensure that the rarely used material is either removed or tagged in the red tape area. Rarely used material is removed or put in the red tape area. If material was stolen, if material was sorted, then loss of material lying vacant near the fire incident could also be saved. This I can relate over here, that if my materials were sorted properly, so unnecessary materials was removed, so that fireplace, the place where the fire happened, at that place unnecessary material pada hi nahi hoga. If the material was not lying in that place, then it would not have been lost. Yeah. Okay. Second, set in order. Set in order was basically about arranging. Again, for arrangement, I can do color coding there. This color coding given in your answer is just illustrative, purely illustrative, just for example, for your understanding. You might not mention that in the exam, or at least not the same colors, naturally, not in the exam. Systematic arrangement by set in order is about arrangement by ensuring place for everything and everything in its place. Nice sentence, dekho, good sentence. Ensuring place for everything and everything in its place. Can use that in the exam. Purpose is to save search time and eliminate the motion wastage. To save the search time, look, if the things are arranged properly, you can easily find the things when you need. Yeah. Color can be the best visual aid. Color coding करने को बोला, ठीक है, but that you can skip. In order to implement a systematic arrangement, GSL needs to consider an answer. So what GSL needs to do? पहले general theory. Now GSL needs to do what? GSL needs to analyze status, decide which things belong where, decide how are they going to put it away, and get everybody to follow rules through indexing, labeling and all. Everyone should follow the rules of arrangement, because the main problem in this company was that the worker who will take the tools from one place does not put it back there. But you need to ensure that everybody follows the rules of that arrangement. Yeah. Expected benefits of that set in order to GSL would be, general benefits are there, देखो, faster retrieval of things. So faster retrieval, because things are arranged properly, you can get it back very easily. To correct abnormalities faster, and visibility improved by system itself. If there is any problem, you can rectify the problem faster because you can get the tools easier. Space saving, naturally, if the things are arranged better, space occupied will be there. And efficiency of the work will improve if your things are arranged properly. You can notice these are all general benefits of making proper arrangement. And like I said, to think of those benefits, think of the example of arranging your wardrobe, arranging your cupboard. If your wardrobe, your cupboard is arranged properly, the same benefits you will get. Yeah. S3 is about shine. Shine means to clean. Shine is basically cleanliness. Ensure cleanliness in and of everything. Obviously, if there are lesser number of items, so there is lesser things to clean. Naturally, अगर आपने unnecessary items you have removed, if unnecessary items are already removed, then there are lesser things to clean. Yeah, cleaning should be with meaning. Cleaning is inspection. ठीक है. Shine will help GSL to keep things in order with regular cleaning and updates so that maintenance becomes preventive. Look, because of cleaning, if you keep your premises clean, keep your machines clean, then the machines might not need maintenance. You can prevent maintenance, prevent the machines breaking down itself. Yeah, maintenance can become preventive rather than corrective, and any incident, likewise fire occurrence, must be avoided. Because of proper cleaning, fire incident can also be avoided. This will ensure larger utility of machine parts, larger utility out of machines and plants, which will increase replacement cycle and save investment. If the machines are better maintained, then you don't have to replace the machines very often. It will save investments also. Yeah, that is my like benefits of Shine. S4 is about standardization. Standardize means to make standard operating procedures. Currently, they don't have standardization in electronic cycles, but you suggest that they should have standardizations in electronic cycles also, so that all steps are performed correctly. This is the benefit of standardization. Fix responsibilities, that who will do what, fix kar do. Integrate these responsibilities with the routine work. Routine work may you fix the responsibilities and check how well the system is working and sustaining itself. Check whether responsibilities are fulfilled properly or not. Yeah. In order to ensure TPM, all 5S are essential, but standardization is the key. GSL is facing large set of problems in assembly of electronic cycles. The reason being absence of standard operating procedures. SOP means standard operating procedures. Hence, by establishing standardized process, GSL can identify critical success factors and benchmark key performance indicators against each CSF. They are already given this in the question that they don't have CSF and KPI. So I suggested that you should identify CSF and KPI, whatever is that in your business. Yeah. And finally, sustain means in order to sustain with the established standard, it is required to do these things. You should do daily monitoring. You should improve the ownership by allocating areas. Tera ye kaam, tera ye kaam. You allocate areas to different workers. Yes, use that red tag things wala method and all. Communicating visually through fixed point photography, that are certain suggestions. Anyways, these are some suggestions so that the workers continue to do these 5S. Fixed point photography, CCTV cameras rakho so that you can see that which worker did not put the materials or tools back in the place. Yeah, periodic auditing and motivating the staff, all these things are just to ensure that the other 4S are followed. Yeah, 5S is not a one-time exercise. You have to do it continuously, hence continuous process, hence sustain. Yeah, it is essential to sustain the practices followed. GSL witness high attrition rate at top management levels. Hence, it is important that GSL must inculcate practice of 5S in the system and work culture to sustain them on a continuous basis. So sustain also means to sustain your employees. Employees को maintain करना, because I have given them training. If they leave, the new employees को वापस training देना. So giving them training necessitates that they should be sustained. And sixth S is about safety, which was added later on to ensure safety while performing the remaining 5Ss. Okay. Anyways, that was my discussion about 5S in this question. Ultimately, you should know the theory of 5S and identify those points in the given question. Done? Yes? Okay. Okay, that was my question number 3. Next, going to question number 4. Yes, next question is question number 4 in your RTP. Now this question 4 and question 5, Both are pertaining to chapter 8. Remember, chapter 8 I told you is one of the most important chapters pertaining to theory, pertaining to case studies. Almost in every exam there will be definite questions of case study from chapter 8. Yeah. Question 4 here is regarding again chapter 8. It is about balanced scorecard. Yeah. Chapter 8 was your chapter regarding performance evaluation, performance measurement and evaluation, and within chapter 8 we had learned one method of performance evaluation called as balanced scorecard. Yeah, first I'll show you the theory about balanced scorecard, then we'll come back to this question. Yeah, balanced scorecard you had in your chapter 8. This was your chapter. It was on page number 8.7. Confirm page number, yeah, 8.7. In fact, I'll even mention that here. Balance scorecard, page 8.7. So reminding you, what was balance scorecard? Well, balance scorecard was a performance measurement which was measuring both financial as well as non-financial performance. Look, before balance scorecard we had learned about only financial measures of performance, financial measures like return on capital employed, return on equity, return on investment, or say financial measures like economic value added and all. Yeah, but balance scorecard was your discussion under financial plus non-financial. Both aspects are covered up here. Mixed measures of performance this was. Yeah. We'll see. Balance scorecard is a method which displays organizations performance, financial as well as non-financial, in 4 dimensions. Yes, balance scorecards may you show performance under 4 categories. Number 1, financial perspective. Number 2, customer perspective. Number 3, internal business perspective. And number 4, learning and growth perspective. These 4 perspectives you have to show. What were these 4? Dekhe chalo. Financial perspective means my financial performance, meaning how does my company appear to the shareholders? How do I impress my shareholders? Look, my shareholders are just interested to know my financial performance. How much incomes, profits do I generate for them? Yeah, so financial performance can be measured using return on capital employed, return on equity, economic value added, all those things that we had learned in chapter 8. So financial perspective means I will present that how did my company perform financially, how much happy did my company make the customers, how much customers were happy with my company. How do we look to the shareholders, whether company's strategy are contributing to its revenue and earnings or not. Corporate strategy is examined from the financial perspective. Yes. Then customer perspective. Notice, in financial perspective you will analyze your company strategy from financial perspective. You will analyze that whether this strategy of the company will generate good profits or not. Yeah, whether this strategy of the company will generate good profits or not, that is what you evaluate. Second, customer perspective basically means to make my customers happy. How much happy has my company made the customers? That is what we study over here. So how do customers view my company? For that matter, they say identify the lead indicators which make a particular business different from that of others. Meaning I have to identify my core competency, that why would customers prefer my company. Well, I'd given you examples like these over there, that what can be my core competency, what can be my lead indicator. Well, the main area why customer like me, my main aspect, my main feature why the customer would like my company might be, say, my on time delivery, or might be that I'm giving less defects per order, might be that I'm giving on-site service, might be because I'm having better or lesser cost of the product. Whatever, these could be my lead indicators to make the customer happy. That is my customer perspective. Internal business perspective means in order to achieve that financial and customer perspective, what should my company internally do? In order to achieve customer happiness or shareholder happiness, what should my company internally do? What should I start doing in my company? Well, identify your process and activities which are necessary to achieve financial and customer objectives. For example, if net earnings is the financial objective and after sales service is the customer objective, then internal business perspective might be like setting up toll free customer helplines to make the customer happy, setting up service centers in all major cities again to make the customers happy. Yeah. And learning and growth perspective means how do we continue to improve. Learning and growth means for the future growth kaise hoga, that is what we describe here. How we continue and improve and create value. It will involve companies determine the activities and infrastructure that the company must build to create a long-term growth. Do remember, we are talking about financial, non-financial, mixed measure. Mixed measure will always focus on long-term growth. Look, financial measures focus on only the financial performance of this year. Mixed measure will focus on the long-term growth. That is why learning and growth perspective to focus on the long-term growth. Learning and growth comes from three principal sources: people, system and organization. ठीक है. The ultimate result of using balanced scorecard should be long-term financial performance. Don't forget this. The main benefit of balanced scorecard will be that it will give me long-term financial performance. It is ultimately giving me financial performance, but look, financial aspects of performance evaluation would give me only short-term financial performance. Balanced scorecard will give me financial as well as non-financial performance. Non-financial performance will ensure long-term financial benefits. Yeah, it will discourage short-termism and encourage long-termism in your managers. This was the basic theory about balanced scorecard. Now, if you remember, during my classroom discussion also, for balanced scorecard, theory discussion was not very important. They will generally not ask you balanced scorecard theory, because as you can see, theory mein kuch hai nahi. There is as such nothing as such to be described under the theory. But for balanced scorecard, what becomes more important will be the case studies. And generally, the case study on balanced scorecard will be such that all details will be given in the question. You just have to reorganize those details under the four categories here: financial perspective, customer, internal business and learning and growth perspective. So the case study will have all the things given. You just have to reorganize them in this order. It is like bachpan mein karte the comprehension. All the answers to the question you will get from the question itself. You just have to arrange that under these four categories. Well, my question of RTP right now that I have, question 4, is even more easier. Why? Because in this question they have already given the balanced scorecard. In this question 4, balanced scorecard is almost given. Just a minute. They have already given the balanced scorecard. We just need to give our analysis of the balanced scorecard given. Yeah. So as such, when I will write my answer here, in my answer for this question, there is no as such nothing new that I'm writing from my side. I'm just writing analysis of the balanced scorecard that they have already given. So for this question, I will discuss the full solution while I read the question. I will not discuss the solution given in the RTP. It's given there, but I'll just make my own discussion there, because in the given solution there is absolutely nothing new. We are just borrowing sentences from the question and giving our interpretations of that. Done? Yes. We'll see. Dekho. Question 4. In 2009, Luxo had monopoly in eyewear market of America. So one company, Luxo, they had monopoly in this eyewear market. But the problem with the company was that it was selling variety of eyewear by putting a big price on it. Problem was that they had very high prices. Monopoly tha, so they were charging very high price. ठीक है. At present, there is almost nothing that you cannot buy online. But at that time, there were limited things that you could order online. So this company had a monopoly when there was no online shopping possible, or no online shopping very famous. In 2009, RB Singer RB Signer Incorporated launched a website to sell sunglasses, eyeglasses online. So another company, RB Signer, they started selling eyeglasses online. New company, they started selling eyeglasses online, and selling eyewear online and competing with Luxo was a challenge for RB. Within just 4 years, RB break the monopoly of Luxo and capture the major market of America. So chalo, good, within 4 years you were able to break the monopoly of the other company. Yeah. And capture major market of America. People find it really convenient to buy sunglasses and glasses online and get delivery at the doorstep. So your main benefit, why did your customers like you? Your customers liked you because more convenient to buy online and get delivery at doorsteps. These are the things that your customer likes in your company. Look, I'm indicating customer perspective here, what the customer like in my company. Following the footsteps of Luxo, RB eliminated the middleman from the manufacturing process, launched its own optical lab to have its own manufacturing process. Yes, you have your own manufacturing, just like the other company Luxo, you also have your own manufacturing. The range of products and services offered by RB, which makes different from Luxo, include easy buying process. So look, these are the things that is different from the other company. Easy buying process, delivery at a doorstep. So let's remove that from here. Easy buying, so more convenient. Easy buying process, delivery at doorstep, stylish glasses, customized eyewear glasses products was sold on the site at very affordable prices with a starting range of just $95. Yes, so I can say that these things that I am giving, these are my things which are different from the other company Luxo. Further, vision, mission, objectives. Your given mission is to improve people's lives with our healthcare products in a socially cognizant way, and vision is to be a trusted healthcare partner. To an objective is to offer people designer eyewear at a revolutionary price. So look, the company is having the vision and mission to provide good eyewear to the customers. Yeah. As a mission-based brand, RB needs a way to instill their team of employees with a passion for the mission. Instill their team of employees means motivate. Instill means motivate. You want to motivate your employees so that they also have the same passion for the mission. Mission is not to just earn profits. Mission is to provide good quality eyewear to the customers. RB let their employees know what they value and what the employees should value in who they are. Look, very nice sentence. They say that my company, I'm letting my employees know that what I value in you. मतलब employees को appreciate करना. I'm appreciating them that I value this feature or this quality of yours. And what you should value in me, also I'm telling you. I'm also telling you that what you should value in me. I value in the students that you are very hardworking and you are sacrificing so many things to study. Yes. And what the students should value in me is that I am giving you good content and a good conceptual clarity here. Yeah. I am not asking you to value my looks. I'm not asking you to value that हाँ देवांग sir अच्छे दिखते हैं. No. I'm asking you to value my level of knowledge. That is what I'm asking you to value. Same thing over here. देखो, company let their employees know what they value in the employees and what the employees should value in who the company is. This is important to setting up what they do, why they do it as a core foundation of their brand story. Okay, they are just giving some time pass there. RB also contributes in philanthropic work. Yes, you are also doing some philanthropic work. It inspires the people with its mission. For every pair of glasses the customers pay, RB donates a pair of glasses to the needy person. Well, okay, I don't know who can be so needy person for glasses, but yeah, ठीक है. In December, RB reported a donation of 9,60,000 pairs of eyeglasses. Huge donation, okay. The company also claims to be 90% carbon neutral. These are the things for the company that they have given. And now look, they have already given you a balance scorecard. Maybe not full extract is in, but things about the balance scorecard they have already given. So we will just study that balance scorecard and I will give you my interpretation of that balance scorecard. Whatever interpretation I give, same things you have to write in your answer. Yeah. Look, if the balance scorecard is already given, then you don't have many things to think about. You just give your comments regarding every single item of the balance scorecard. Your answer will also be designed in the same way. Your answer will have the first topic, first point as financial perspective. Under financial perspective, you say that whether the company ROCE has improved or decreased. जो यहाँ पे दिख रहा है वही आपको लिखना है. Whatever you see in the question here, same thing you have to just describe in wordings and appreciate if it has improved and complain if it has declined. Done? Yes. What I will do is for each item of the balance scorecard here, I will just mention here that whether it is good or whether it was bad. Whether it was a good thing, चलो green में होगा good things, or whether it was a bad thing. I'll just mention whether that particular aspect was good or bad. You are given target of 2019 and you are given actuals of 2019. You are given target and you are given actuals. Let's see. Return on capital employed. First item, return on capital employed. Target was 14, actual is 13%. Is that good or is that bad? No, that is bad. Your return on capital employed has decreased. That is something bad. But net income, if you notice, net income was $89 million target, but actual has been $95 million. So my net income has improved. That is good. But you might give an argument that net income has improved, then why did return on capital employed decrease? Net income means profit. Net income means profit. Now you think logically. If the profit has increased, why would return on capital employed decrease? What is return on capital employed? Remember, return on capital employed is profit upon investment or capital employed. Profit divided by capital employed. Return on capital employed is profit divided by capital employed. Now, if my return on capital employed has decreased, in spite of the profit becoming better, why would ROCE decrease? Only one reason is that investment must have increased. Your capital employed, your investment must have increased very high. That could be the only reason why ROCE has gone down. We'll see. Dekho, that also I'll write in my comments. Further, this was only about financial perspective. So within financial perspective, only two things given. Further, customer perspective. Well, you notice that number of first time buyers has increased from target 1 lakh, actual 1,20,000. So yes, that is good. Your number of first time buyers have increased. Customer retention ratio has also increased. That is good. Number of complaints coming from the customer has decreased. That is also good. And number of glasses donated to needy person has also increased. Instead of 9 lakh targeted donation, you have done 9,60,000 targeted donation. That is also good. So under customer perspective, you see everything is good only. Everything seems to be good. Yes. Further, internal business perspectives, internal process dekho. Number of business processes re-engineered. You remember business process re-engineering, meaning I improvise my business process using some technology giving some drastic benefits. Yeah, the number of process re-engineered, it has also improved. Dekho, instead of 100 processes being re-engineered, you have re-engineered 110 processes. More processes you have re-engineered. Maybe because of that, my income has increased. Maybe because of that, my customer complaints have gone down. and maybe because of that my ROCE has also gone down. Why? Because if the process was re-engineered, due to that investment increased. Maybe due to that your capital investment increased, and because of that ROCE went wrong. Yeah, these could be the possible reasons that we can describe in your answer. Number of new services made available through online application. Well, this is bad. You had a target of making 4 new services available every year, but this year you are able to make only 2 extra new services made available. Okay. Incidence of fraud on customers account has decreased. देखो, you had targeted that maximum 10 frauds can happen over 1000 customers, but actual has happened only 3 frauds over 1000 customers, so that is seems good. Further, total CO2 emissions has gone down. Instead of 1100 tons, your total CO2 emissions has also gone down to 850 tons, and the company had also achieved carbon neutral status, so that is again I will say good. Learning and growth. Under that, number of employees trained to instruct retailers. Well, that has gone down. You had planned to train 1050 employees, but you have trained only 1000 employees. That seems bad. Number of hours used for social plans, to support the social plans like society ka betterment ke liye you have used 10,200 hours instead of 10,000. That is also good. Chalo. And number of trainee positions from rural areas. Well, you had a target to hire 200 trainees from rural areas, but you have actually hired only 189 trainees from rural areas. That also seems to be bad, because you have not done enough development of the rural areas. Developing rural areas was a part of my growth plan, but that has not happened because you have not hired enough number of trainees from the rural area. What could be the reason for that? Well, one of the reason for hiring less number of trainees in rural area, what I can predict, thoda extra home production chalo, might be that maybe because number of candidates itself were less. Rural areas may not many people even applied for the job, so how will I hire them? Maybe that could be the reason. Whatever, that also you can describe here. Now, this was the entire balance scorecard they have given. When you make your answer, you just have to write that which item has been good, which item has been bad. You just have to mention that what was good, what was bad. That's it. Nothing more you need to describe here. Done. Plus, more importantly, you can point out certain interrelations. Look at this last line. RB Signer has recently invested heavily in IT security to prevent fraud. Now, this sentence has interrelations with many things. देखो, because of this sentence, the company has invested heavily. Invested heavily. I can say, therefore, return on capital employed went down because you have made heavy investment. Also, because of this, frauds went down. You saw that earlier you were told about fraud. Incidences of fraud on customers account has gone down. So when you describe this fraud wala point, you write that this has gone down because of the heavy investment in IT security. So it seems like this heavy investment has turned out to be good, even though that this heavy investment has decreased my ROCE. Even though heavy investment has decreased my ROCE by just 1%, against that my frauds has decreased heavily. So that seems to be a good thing over here. Yeah. In short, you describe such interrelations between the points. Describe that this re-engineering process has led to decrease in number of complaints. Describe that because of this re-engineering process your inventory investment has gone up, and due to which ROCE has gone down, profit has increased. All that you describe interrelations between the factors here. Done. Yes. Ultimately in this question when you create your answer, you can see the answer in your RTP. That I'll also give the PDF in my links down below. But the answer of this question would contain the question itself. You contain the analysis of these different aspects of the question. They have given in table format, you just put it in wordings format. Done. Yes, you just put in the wordings format that ROCE has decreased. That is not seems good, but it might be because investment increased in the IT sector to prevent fraud. That is one. Profit has improved in the company, maybe because of re-engineering of the process and all. That seems like a good thing for the company. Customer perspective mein likho, all the four things are good. Don't just write all four, write each one of them. Number of first time buyers increased, that is good. Customer retention ratio has improved, maybe because of that your income has increased. Again dekho interrelation, maybe because of this my net income has increased. Yeah, number of complaints has gone down, good. And the number of glasses donated has also increased, that is also good for the company customers and all. Internal processes may you write these, that the number of business process re-engineered has increased, due to which maybe the complaints have gone down, that seems good. But the number of new services has decreased, so company has not performed well in that area. Incidences of fraud has decreased, and that was mainly because of the new investment in IT security. And CO2 emissions have gone down, that is also good, because company would target being a carbon neutral company. And learning and growth, may you write that number of employees trained has not reached up to the target. It is close, but it has not yet reached up to the target that you mentioned. You mentioned that the number of hours used for social causes have also exceeded the target, so that is good. And the number of trainees in rural position have not reached the target, so you have not done enough rural development as per the target. These are the wordings you describe. Done. Yes. Okay, that is question number 4. Anyways, for that, as I said, I'm not showing you the solution. It will be there in the link with all my highlights and done, but ultimately as such nothing new in the question solution, so I'm not showing it. Yeah. Question 5, going further. Again, question 5 is from chapter 8. Again, question 5 is also from chapter 8 only, but this question is not about any particular is not about any particular theory from chapter 8. It is just a general question of chapter 8, general performance evaluation you are supposed to do. Look, you might be asked questions like these also, where they ask you to just do general performance evaluation. You don't need to discuss any particular theory in that case. Just like what I did in question 4, same thing I'll do in question 5. Like whatever data given in the question, I have to just write down that same data with some analysis of mine. Again, in question 5, they have given some statistics of the company, and we will give comments on that statistics only. We'll read dekho. Question 5, they have given you long story about the company first, but then they have given you summary of the management accounts. Most of my comments, most of my recommendations will come from these summary of accounts only. Yeah, majority of the things that I write in my answer will be from this summary. I just need to analyze this summary and give my comments. I'll show you chalo what comments you can give, and trust me, it will be very much logical comments. Although it is not based on any particular topic, still the comments you can design very logical. Dekho, PICE is one of the top engineering coaching institutes. Nice name. It operates a chain of 157 centers across the country of Maya land. It is imaginary country. PICE is equipped with a team of topmost faculties for the preparation of JEE, who are known for giving best results year after year. So they are engineering coaching institute, and they are providing preparation for JEE. The students willing to join PICE have to appear for admission test. They are also conducting admission tests. Only then the students are allowed. These tests help the students in understanding their potential and also provide them with an opportunity for scholarships that help them reward academically and monetarily. So you are conducting admission tests, so that based on the admission test you will give admission to the students, and based on that you might also give scholarship to the students. In addition, Spicy provides comfortable classrooms, libraries, and ambience for overall development of the students. Spicy delivers quality coaching for JEE by providing innovative ways and therefore prepare students for all challenges. Spicy prides itself on their results and the level of educational services offered to its students. ठीक है? In short, it is a coaching institute. It has previously been successful in attracting students across the nation. However, in recent years, the number of enrollment of students has started to decline. As a result of introduction of online platform. Several recent surveys have painted a disappointing picture of the market conditions in 2020. A survey by My Educational Outlook over the month of 31st December found that only 1 in 5 respondents believes that their business will be better off in 2020 as compared to 2019. Well, especially in the times of coronavirus, your businesses are expected to go down. That is what the survey says. Maybe they made the RTP predicting that coronavirus will damage the business. RTP to bana diya tha before the corona, but okay, institute is visionary. Spicy has a policy to set the standard fees based on location of a particular coaching center. It also takes into account fees charged by competitors. So they have standard fees based on location, also based on fees charged by the competitors. They also consider that. However, the institute managers have the right to offer discounts to underprivileged students or scholarship to merit students. So they are offering discounts to the underprivileged and the meritorious students and to reduce fee structure when student hiring ratio in their classrooms are expected to be low. The average standard fees per student across all centers of the institute was 15,000 in 2019 compared to 12,000 in 2018. Now this you notice, therefore average fees have increased. Now if my average fees have increased as compared to last year, maybe because of that my total revenue will increase. If the fees have increased, then my revenue will increase. But the increase over here is the increase in the standard fees. They have also said that you are giving discounts. Discounted fees increase hua ya nahi? We don't know yet. Read further. Spicy also generates revenue from additional services. Now this is new. They also have revenue from additional services available to the students, such as selling books, providing test series and all. The series of periodic tests are identical to the pattern of various competitive engineering exams and give sufficient practice to the aspirants of the same. Okay? Every test attempted by the students give them a clear idea of their understanding of concept, timeliness, strength, weakness and ranking amongst the aspirants across Nagaland. So good, they have all over country standard testing done. Tests are conducted, and for that test they are getting additional revenue from that services. Now the main part. Look, abhi tak whatever was given was just time pass. I can say that out of all these things given, the only new information here was about the standard fees. As compared to last year, my fees has increased. Remember that. Rest everything you can see in the data here. Notice gross fees you are given for year 2018 and year 2019, previous year, current year. Again, let me write good and bad. You see that the gross fees as compared to last year, this year the gross fees has increased, so that is good. Discount has also increased from last year to this year, and my net fees has also increased. But notice the increase in the gross fees. कितना increase हुआ? Gross fees had increased by almost 6,000. My gross fees had increased by almost 6,000. But after considering discount, net fees देखो has increased by almost only 1,000. So I can say that gross fees increase, that is good. Net fees का increase is not very good. I can say just okay. थोड़ा सा increase हुआ. But other revenues देखो, this other revenue has also increased from 25,800 to 27,250. Approximately 2,000 is the increase in the other revenue. So yes, increase in other revenue seems to be pretty good. Accordingly, total revenue has also increased, okay, but operating cost has increased. That seems to be pretty bad. Operating cost heavily increased हुआ देखो. Operating cost from 93,000 to 97,000 something, almost more than 4,000 it has increased. Well, that is why my operating profit has gone down. My operating profit has gone down. That is bad. So notice the change in my revenue and the change in my profit. Well, when I give my analysis, this will be my two main parts of analysis. These will be my two main part of analysis, that number one, revenue has gone up, but profit has gone down. My first analysis will be analysis of revenue. Then I'll analyze profit, that revenue has gone up, still the profit has gone down. Why did the profit go down? Quite logical here, dekho. In spite of revenue going up, in spite of my total revenue being good, why did my operating profit, final profit, go down? Well, my profit has gone down only and only because of this operating cost. What would you suggest the company to do? What would you suggest the company to prevent the decrease in profit? Well, you cannot suggest them to increase the revenue. Revenue has already increased. Revenue to increase हुआ है देखो. Revenue is anyways good. But in spite of good revenue, if profit is bad, then what would you recommend? You recommend them to do some cost reduction. Ultimately, operating cost has increased. So I will give my suggestion. One of my suggestion will be to do cost reduction. Cost reduction is required. Done? Yes. Acha. One more analysis in my revenue is that dekho, the company is giving heavy discounts. Heavy discounts are given such that gross fees have increased by 6,000, net fees has increased by only 1,000. Baki pura increase in gross fees was washed out because of discounts. So is it good giving so much discounts? Well, in spite of giving discounts, chalo, my net fees has increased somewhat. But another benefit of discount would be that, look, because of discounts, if I'm getting more students, it is good because these more students will then be giving me other revenue. These more students will ultimately give me other revenue also. Dekho, additional revenue from additional services. I can say if I give more discount, let me write that here. If the discounts are increasing, therefore, due to more discount, I can say number of students discount increase, therefore students will increase, and if students will increase, therefore revenue from additional services will increase. You see that over here. It is a cycle. I'm giving discount, so because of discount I am losing out on my net fees. ठीक है, because of discount my net fees collection is less, but against that I'm getting more number of students, and that more students will appear for the tests and the revisions and all, and if that more students will appear for the tests and all, so that will give me more in my additional services. More books will be sold, more tests will be sold, it will give me more revenue from additional services. So it is okay giving discounts for increasing the students. That can be also one of my analysis here. Look, I'm analyzing revenue and I'm analyzing profit. In my revenue analysis, I write that revenue has increased, discount has also increased, so net fees has not increased very much. But it is not a problem because a higher discount will give more number of students and so more revenue from additional services. All this I put in my revenue analysis. Second, profit analysis. Profit analysis mein dalo that you need to do cost reduction because revenue is increasing. In spite of that, profit is not increasing, means you need to do some cost reduction. Done? Yes. Further, further, other performance information mein dekho, you are given for last year and this year. Capital employed is given. Capital employed last year was 377.10. This year is 377.50, meaning 40,000 extra capital investment done. If capital employed has increased, you have done some extra capital investment. Due to that, maybe return on capital employed will go down, because if capital employed increases, then ROCE will go down. In fact, in this question, my profit has also decreased. Profit decrease हुआ, capital increase हुआ. Due to both these factors, I will say ROCE will definitely go down. Look, why am I discussing ROCE? Does the question tell me to discuss? No, but they have given capital employed, and in chapter 8 we have learnt only one aspect where you consider capital employed, ROCE. So give comments pertaining to ROCE also. Put that in your profit analysis. Yeah. Further, average SHR you are given, that is student hiring ratio. ऊपर बोला था student hiring ratio has increased. Student hiring ratio indirectly indicates like number of students has increased. Instead of 73% hiring ratio, you have achieved 78% hiring ratio. That is good. Maybe this is the reason why the revenue has increased. Yeah. So my revenue increase, I can now say, is due to two reasons. Revenue increase here. The gross fees that are increased is due to two reasons. Due to two reasons. Reasons that, number one was fee increase from 12,000 to 15,000. Yes, that is the reason why my gross fees has increased. And number two is because the student hiring ratio has increased. These are the two reasons why my gross fees increased. Mention that in your revenue analysis. Mention that when you analyze that the revenue has increased. Average student satisfaction rating, SSR, they say is student satisfaction rating. Last year your student satisfaction was 9.5%. This year it is 8% only. Now this is bad, but this I will analyze separately. I'll show a separate analysis of the student satisfaction rating, saying that last year my students were satisfied 9.5. This time my student satisfaction is only 8. What is that student satisfaction? Dekho, they have given at the end of the course or at the end of the unit within the course, students are asked to complete a questionnaire rating based questionnaire rating based on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 represents excellent with various aspects of the course. For example, knowledge of the faculty, quality of support material, approachability of the faculty to ask questions. Yeah, but out of 10 you had last year achieved 9.5 rating. This year it has become only 8. So that has been a decrease in my ratings given by the student. Yeah. Two issues are becoming increasingly frequent in students' comments alongside the scores. Students are also giving comments like these. Students complain that faculties in the institute were full of attitude, not taking the doubts of the students. Instead of encouraging students to solve their doubts in the class, they insulted the students who raised the doubts during the class. So their standard of education has not been as good as in the previous sessions. Well, that is one of the problem. And students in classes need special individual attention. There is need of smart classes doubt solving sessions, etc., to improve the result of the students. So two things are the problem. Students find two things as the problem. What are the two problems? That students ka doubt solving is not happening. Students have problem that their doubt solving is not happening, and they want special individual attention is what they want. Maybe because of that the rating has gone down. Spicy had planned to start a remedial program for average students for all the centers at the beginning of 2018. However, this program has been put on hold to reduce the expenditure. Again, I would suggest that this was not a good option. They should have not stopped the program of remedial program, because anyways the student ratings are going down. Why did you stop the remedial program? Even though it was expensive, you should have continued that, because your student ratings is what matters the most. Look, if it is an educational institute, then the student satisfaction is the most primary target. Financial target is not important, but student satisfaction, customer satisfaction will be the most important target of this company. Yeah, so in this question they have just asked to analyze performance of the company. I will analyze performance under three categories: revenue related performance, profit related performance, and the most important in this company, student satisfaction ka performance. And as they say, you have to analyze performance, so you don't have to give any extra recommendation. We will give some recommendation, but there is no particular theory involved over here. Rather, we will just analyze the things given in the question and put them in our words as it is. Ultimately, I will just put my words, I'll just give my words for the table given over here. Once again, I'll just repeat what will be my analysis. My analysis will be in three categories: revenue performance, profit performance, and student satisfaction related performance. Revenue mein likho that my revenue has increased mainly because of fee increase and student hiring ratio increase, but I'm giving heavy discounts also, due to which net fees has not increased so much. But that is not a problem, because discount has ensured that my student hiring ratio increased, and discount has ensured that the student hiring increased, due to which revenue from additional services has increased. Done. Due to which revenue from additional services increased. Good. This is my revenue analysis. Next, I analyze the profit. First thing, I'll write that in spite of revenue increase, profit has not increased very much. Why? Well, because of operating cost increased heavily. So I suggest that you need to do some cost reduction. Some kind of cost reduction is required. How to do cost reduction? We cannot suggest, because they have not given any bifurcation of that operating cost. How much is fixed, how much is variable, which components of cost, nothing is given. So I'll just suggest that company should find ways of cost reduction, cost control. Also, in my profit analysis, I can mention that capital employed has increased, profit has decreased. Due to that, return on capital employed will go down. Done. And the third part of my analysis will be for the student satisfaction. I can say that the average student number of students has increased, but that doesn't mean students are satisfied. Number of students increased maybe because of the discount. The student satisfaction has still gone down. So if the student satisfaction is going down, it will damage in the long run. You might feel that 9.5 may say 8 is not a very huge decrease, and out of a scale of 10, 8 does not seem pretty bad. But in the long run, this might go more bad. In the long run, if this continues, the major problem is that students are not satisfied with the faculties. Major problem is that the students ka doubt solving is not handled. They are not getting individual attention. All these you write in your third analysis, and you say that this might give long-term impact. In the long run, because of this, the number of students will also drop. Abhi chalo, number of students has not dropped, but in the long run, due to this, the number of students will decrease. Your student satisfaction is the most primary concern in case of educational institute. Mention that in your analysis, third analysis. Done. Yes, this is how you will draft your analysis. You can see in the solution there also that for this question, the solution given is also analyzing these three aspects only. Done? Yes. Again, for this question, I will not show you the answer, even if I shall be just reading out the answer. Instead, I have given you my analysis. You create your answer accordingly. Done? Yes. Okay. That is my question number. कौन सा था ये? That is my question number 5. Next, we'll go for question number 6. Okay, question 6 then. Now, question 6 is kind of practical and analytical both. We'll see. Question 6, it's about outsourcing decision. More like, look, outsourcing decision is also like make or buy decisions. Make or buy decisions like the ones we did in chapter 6. So the calculation involved in this question is like decision making, make or buy, and the theory that we will be writing will be more like chapter 2 outsourcing decisions. Yes, your chapter 2 had theories regarding outsourcing decision. I'll show you that. Chalo. Along with gain sharing arrangements itself, we had learnt about outsourcing. This was gain sharing, below that outsourcing. Outsourcing is simply your another way of describing make or buy. Gain sharing, outsourcing are similar. Only difference is that in gain sharing there is no guarantee of payment to the supplier, while in case of outsourcing you have to pay a fixed amount of money to the supplier. You have to pay a fixed price for outsourcing your job to the supplier. Anyways, outsourcing is, as I said, just like make or buy decisions, and the theories and all of that is written over here. As such, the theory also does not quite have anything new. So I'll not be discussing the theory there, rather we'll directly discuss the question that we have in the RTP. Oops. Scroll back. Question 6 it was. Okay, we'll read. Mount Sports Manufacturing Facilities (MSMF) deals in manufacturing of sports articles. Although company is a major market player, but can capture the market further. Now this will have significance later. देखो, can capture the market further. They can sell more units. They can capture the market further. Currently, company manufactures 5 types of badminton shuttles named P101, 102, 3, 4, and 5. Let me call that as P1, P2, P3, P4, P5. The production facilities are the limiting factor. Production facilities are the limiting factor. So they have some limiting factor. But does it say that which aspect of production facility is limiting factor? No, they have not said that. So consider that the units of these products that you are currently making is the maximum units that you can make. For example, for P1, maximum production possible is 1000 units. For P2, maximum production possible is 1200 units. Likewise, these units which you are given, consider these units itself as the maximum production, not the demand, production. Notice this time it is little different than the make or buy questions, key factor questions that we have done. Here the units that you are given here, it says monthly production. So consider these units as your maximum production possible. But then what about maximum demand? Well, maximum demand is not given, but it is more than this production. Your production is the limiting factor. This production is the limiting factor. When they say that production facilities are limited, They have not given hours are limited or kgs of material are limited. No such specific key factor is given. So in such case, you consider that whatever production they have given right now, this itself is the key factor. This itself is your limiting factor. So production facilities are limited, meaning this production given is the maximum production, but they have a possibility of capturing more market. Can capture market further. What does these word mean? Can capture the market further. These words indicate what? These words indicate that demand can be increased. You can sell more units if you are able to produce them. There is demand but you are not selling them. You can capture more market, means they are talking about the demand. Further, the production and marginal cost data for 5 products is specified in the table below. You're given production of each of the 5 products. This is your maximum production possible right now. Direct material cost given, direct labor cost given, variable production overheads given, all that given per unit. So you can identify total variable cost per unit, material, labor and variable overheads. Further, on drive to cost leadership strategy, MSMF is thinking to outsource some of the products. Shuttles can be sourced from a well-established company, Protease. So they are thinking to outsource from the company Protease at the following prices. There is no tie-in between the products. All products can be outsourced individually. So it is not necessary that I have to outsource all 5 of them. Any one product I can outsource, and yeah, that's quite logical. These costs are on CIF basis, so you are given outsourcing cost or buy price. Remember, in case of make or buy decision, when I compare make or buy decision and key factor, you remember our questions that in such cases I compare my variable cost of make with my variable cost of buy. So consider these 3 items: material, labor and variable production overheads will give me my variable cost of make, and these items given here, this becomes my variable cost of buy. And for key factor, for now deciding which products to produce, which not, you remember you do ranking of the products based on savings per unit. So variable cost per unit of make and purchase price of buy per unit you are given, difference will give you savings. However, in this question I will not solve like that manner. We'll see, देखो आगे. So buy price you are given, consider this as your buy price. Company wide fixed overheads are of rupees 15 lakhs each year. Acha, do notice that this is per year given, and the units given above, this was monthly production. Please don't mix up. Chalo, if the units were given monthly, let us convert that fixed cost also monthly. Fixed cost is given 15 lakhs each year. But chalo, to make uniformity in my question, 15 lakhs divided by 12 will make it 1,25,000 each month. One lakh 25,000 per month, that becomes to, out of which 2,40,000 is directly attributable to the production of these 5 products on annual basis. So out of 15 lakhs, company wide fixed overheads, company wide means for the company entirely as a whole. But look, your company is not just producing these 5 products, they are also producing maybe some other products. Maybe these 5 are your materials which you are thinking to make or buy. Now this 15 lakhs is the total cost of the entire company, out of which 2,40,000 is attributable to only these 5 products. So chalo, as such, now I realize that in my analysis there is no use of this 15 lakhs, but yeah, there is use of 2,40,000. The fixed cost of these 5 products is 2,40,000, but that is per annum. The 2,40,000 divided by 12 makes it 20,000. per month. That is 20,000 per month directly attributable to the production of these 5 products. 20,000 per month is directly attributable to these 5 products on annual basis, but 20,000 that is monthly basis. This fixed overheads is evenly split across such 5 products and is entirely avoidable. Now this is important. If it is evenly split across all 5 products, evenly split across all 5 products, meaning 20,000 divided by 5, 4,000 per product. So it becomes rupees 4,000 for each product, and they say it is entirely avoidable. Now when it says avoidable, well, I can say therefore my fixed cost is also relevant cost. I hope you remember our discussions about relevant costing. We had spent lots of time understanding relevant cost, not relevant cost and all. Well, fixed cost, if it is avoidable, means it is a relevant cost. For example, if I stop manufacturing P1, if I stop producing P1, then P1 ka fixed cost will also be avoided. It is avoidable, meaning if I stop the production, I can stop that cost. So look, until now, whenever in general we calculated key factor decisions or make or buy decisions, we considered only variable cost. But you remember that in class, whenever I made discussions about make or buy decisions, I actually never used the word variable cost. I always used the word relevant cost. Well, that makes more sense now. What I'll compare is not a variable cost of make and buy. I'll compare is relevant cost of make with relevant cost of buy. Now, if fixed cost is relevant, if that fixed cost is now a relevant cost, fixed cost can never be expressed on per unit. So my relevant cost here will also not be expressed on per unit basis. It will be expressed on total basis. In short, I'll compare a total relevant cost of make with a total relevant cost of buy for each product separately. For each product separately, I will compare. Look, this question seems to be like key factor decisions, but no, it is not a key factor decision. You are not supposed to allocate the key factor between 5 products. Why not? Because the allocation is already done. They say that their production facilities are limited, but there is no common factor between all 5 products. In fact, individually each product ka maximum production is given. Individually you are given maximum production of each individual product. So there is no common key factor which needs to be allocated between the 5 products. So to that extent it is different from our questions in class, but it is still understandable. We have done questions in class where fixed cost was also relevant. Yeah, if fixed cost is relevant, I have told you many times in class that whenever fixed cost turns out to be relevant factor, then you make your calculations not on per unit basis, do calculations on total basis. I'll calculate total relevant costs of P1, P2, P3, P4 including the fixed cost. Compare that with total relevant cost of buy price P1, P2, P3, P4. Yeah, wherever making is cheaper, I will decide to make. Simple. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Singh, who is newly appointed management accountant, bring the huge experience to the organization on cost control and reduction techniques. Okay. While discussing the possibility of outsourcing with CFO, Mr. Singh explained the limitation of outsourcing. So look, they have given you different topics. You discuss possibility of outsourcing, limitations of outsourcing, and also presents a white paper on gain sharing arrangements. Gain sharing ka just theory you will have to write, yeah, which can be entered with supplier to whom outsourcing is considered. So instead of outsourcing it to that supplier, you might also come into gain sharing deal with that same supplier. Yeah. CEO just entered into the office of the CFO. when such discussion was ongoing, on the verge of discussion, but he heard about gain sharing arrangement and curious to know further about the same. The CEO post presentation discussion seeks a report from Mr. Singh to recommend the products which should be outsourced. Chalo, this is one question. Question 1, to recommend the products to be outsourced. Okay. Report should also explain gain sharing arrangements. Explain gain sharing arrangements. That is second question. Along with aspects that company needs to consider ensuring success out of gain sharing arrangements. So also give the aspects that the company should consider to ensure the success of gain sharing arrangement as a part of outsourcing contract with Proteus. This is your question. So first part of the question will be practical, to recommend which products to outsource, which not to outsource, and how will we recommend. Chalo, let us calculate here itself. I'll show you calculation for P101. Chalo, for P101 my material cost 6 rupees, labor 4 rupees, so total 10 plus 2 12 is my total variable cost per unit. $12 per unit turns out to be my variable cost per unit, into 1000 units makes that total variable cost as 12,000, and the fixed cost attributed to this one product, your total fixed cost was 20,000 per month, which is evenly distributed in all 5 products, and it is individually avoidable meaning it becomes relevant. So if I stop production of P1, then 4,000 rupees fixed cost can be saved. Which 4,000? This 4,000 for each product. So if I stop producing P1, then P1 ka 4,000 rupees fixed cost I can save. So that 4,000 also becomes relevant. Consider that added over here. Makes my total relevant cost here as 12 plus 4, 16,000. Yes, but my buy price in product P1 is 17 per unit for 1000 units will make that total 17,000. Which is better, make or buy? Definitely here you will say make is better. Let us try for the second product P102. My total variable cost here 9 plus 3 12 and 4 is 16, and 16 into 1200 units is 19,200 plus 4,000 fixed cost. Makes that 23,200 as my total relevant cost of make in P2. While against that my buy price is 18 per unit into 1200 units. 18 into 1200 makes it 21,600. So for product P2 I will say that buy is cheaper. If buying is cheaper, then for product P2 I can say buy should be done. In short, likewise we check for each of the 5 products. Simple table bana denge, relevant cost of make for all the 5 products, another table relevant cost of buy in all the 5 products, and the last line you mention whether make or buy, what is better. Done? Yes. Well, this is the kind of table I would have made. Simpler table. What they have done, I'll just show you what table they have made. It's almost the same thing, but maybe a little different way of presenting. Dekho, they have given the table like this, that production for each product, monthly production, material, labor, variable production overheads. So total variable cost per unit into the units will give you total variable cost of all units plus the allocable fixed overheads. Fixed cost is allotted to each of them, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, gives you the total monthly cost of production in-house. I'll call this as my relevant cost of make. This total monthly production cost becomes relevant cost of make option, and buy price you are given, these are the buy price given, 17, 18, 18, 11, 15 into the units will give you relevant cost of buy. In fact, I can say that this is one of those very first or second questions of make or buy we have done. When we started the topic about make or buy in class, in almost every question, this is how we compared total relevant cost of make compared with total relevant cost of buy. And you notice that the buy price turns out to be better in case of P2 and P4. For P2 and P4, buy is cheaper. Rest of them anyways make is cheaper. So my entire discussion now, if I'm thinking of outsourcing, it will be only regarding P2 and P4. Even if I think of anything outsourcing, it will be only regarding P2 and P4. Okay. The monthly cost of in-house production is this, and the total comparable monthly cost of buy-in is this. Uh, there is overall saving of 6,100, but since there is no tie-in between the products, hence decision of all products can be outsourced or in-house can be taken individually. You don't need to actually mention that. They have already said in the question that you can take the decisions individually. So yes, we will take the decisions individually. No need to compare on a total basis there. And so accordingly, this is my suggestion that P2 and P4 can be outsourced through the outsourcing, whereas P1, P3 and P5 can be produced more cheaply in-house. Yeah, this is my suggestion here. Now, this is the explanation regarding the avoidable fixed cost. Okay. However, following aspects needs to be kept in mind prior to entering into the outsource arrangement. Look, every time you make your answer, you might you will not just write the answer like one line sentence like this. You have to give your analysis. Now, one interesting analysis that comes up over here is that look, the question already said that the company can capture the market further, meaning they can have more demand, they can satisfy more demand. Now think, one more benefit of outsourcing will be that if P2 and P4 are outsourced, then in case of outsourcing you will not have any production limitation, because you're not producing P2 and P4. So if I outsource P2 and P4, is it necessary that I should outsource only 1,200 and 3,000? No, if I am anyways outsourcing, I can outsource more than that also. As much demand I can have from my customers, that many units I will outsource and purchase. Yes, similarly now if P2, P4 is outsourced, then maybe that spare capacity of P2 and P4 can be used to increase production of P1, P3, P5. Maybe they have not clarified, but this is just a theoretical suggestion that I can give, that because of outsourcing sorry, because of outsourcing two products, you might get spare capacity which you can use to increase production of other products, because anyways there is demand. Anyways, demand can be increased. There is a market demand, so why not increase the production of other products and satisfy that demand? Yes, that is one very good argument in favor of outsourcing. But there is also one argument against outsourcing. Listen to this, and this you can mention in many questions. Any question about outsourcing, you can write this. One favor against outsourcing is that if I outsource P2 and P4, then maybe some of the workers in my company will have to be released, because if you stop producing P2 and P4, then certain workers might get redundant, might get extra, so you will remove the workers. If I remove the workers, then there might be some retaliation from the labor unions and all. They might have problems that I'm removing the workers and all. That might be a problem, or you might have to give them retrenchment compensation. Yes, if you outsource. Yes, of course, if that spare capacity can be utilized, then maybe you might not need to remove the workers. However, in this case, even if the spare capacity is utilized, it might require you to still remove some workers. Why? Because look, P2 and P4 which I am planning to stop, P2 and P4 which I am planning to stop, notice the data here. These were the two products having highest labor cost per unit. So they were more labor intensive. Rest of the products might be more machine intensive, not labor intensive. So if you stop P2 and P4, then majority of the labor or large amount of labor will become free. But all that labor might not be used even if I increase production of P1, P3, P5. So still there might be some workers who are free, still there might be some workers which you remove. So you might have to pay that retrenchment compensation, or you will face retaliation from the labor unions and all. The employee morals will go down because you are downsizing, you are removing the workers from the company. All that problems might come. Yeah, these are some other aspects that you should be aware of. Yeah, we'll see. Dekho, other aspects. Other aspects, number one, if P2, P4 are outsourced, then the company would have spare capacity, and since the production facility is the limiting factor and there is scope of selling further units of P1, P3, P5 in order to acquire the market share, hence spare capacity is of great importance and will be a powerful argument for outsourcing. That's what they say, like what I said. Issue 2, it says that the reaction of workforce should be considered because of two reasons. Because if production cannot be expanded, then you may have to lay off certain workers, and if you lay off workers, then there might be problems like strike by the remaining workforce or industrial dispute. Also, even if you don't expand the other products, then P1, P4, P2, P4 are more labor intensive. So the spare capacity, so there will be spare capacity on outsourcing P2 and P4. Yes, and then also there might be some workers which needs to be retrenched. Again, that same problem. Issue 3, even if layoff is accepted by workers, but the cost associated with that, cost associated, example, retrenchment compensation, cost associated with redundancies is like additional labor ka cost, or in other words, unko nikalne ke liye you'll have to pay retrenchment compensation. That might be very critical. Such cost is relevant for decision making, hence should be considered. They have not given that cost, so I did not consider that in my calculations. Yeah, and since the company has no experience in outsourcing till now, hence while dealing with the outsourcing supplier, you need to ensure that they will give timely delivery. Needs to ensure, though, look, these are common points. This you can put in every question, that whenever I plan to outsource my production, I should ensure that he will give timely delivery. I should ensure that the quality of his product will be up to the mark, and I should charge penalties in case he does any default. Yeah, these are certain things I should be careful while giving for outsourcing. Further, they are also asking you to describe regarding a gain sharing arrangements. Gain sharing is like an outsourcing where there is no guarantee of payment to the supplier. First, you can just put down some theory about gain sharing. We'll see. Dekho. It is a contractual arrangement where the entity and the outsourcing supplier here in this case is Proteus, share the financial gain. So it is an agreement where the two entities share the financial gain which result out of either productivity gains or increased efficiency at the end of outsourcing supplier from the continuous improvement, transformation, innovation, whatever. Any kind of financial gain, whether savings in cost or whether improved efficiency, whether better production, whatever, will be shared between these two people. This arrangement in form of clause is usually included in the master agreement of outsourcing. Outsourcing supplier find its unique selling point and entity is also on for continuous improvement. Apart, this both will get share in the cost saved. In short, general theory only they have given. Although gain sharing is largely useful in case of outsourcing services, but a company can also, while entering outsourcing contract with Proteus for this P2 and P4, but following aspects need to be considered. Now this I will discuss. While doing outsourcing, following aspects need to be considered. They specifically asked in the question to describe what is what is gain sharing and what aspects should be considered. These aspects should be considered. Dekho, reasons for failure of gain sharing. Now this is new theory, not given anywhere in your study material. Look, RTPs might contain some new topics also which do not exist in your study material. Well, that is the reason it is necessary to look into RTP. Consider this as a kind of new topic that you have. Reasons for failure of gain sharing arrangement. Gain sharing arrangement sounds great, but in practice it's quite difficult to execute even after a considerable level of efforts due to the following reasons. It may fail. General reasons given देखो, unstructured or poorly structured terms of the agreement in outsourcing contract, error in implementation, you don't implement the contract properly, and relationship between outsourced supplier and the entity. If we keep on fighting repeatedly, the relationship is very sour, then eventually my arrangement might fail. Yeah. Precautions that need to be taken. Action plan for executing gain sharing arrangements must contain, be specific in the agreement, because don't have the agreement chalo dekha jayega ho jayega. No, you have to be specific in the agreement that what is the gain, how will we share it, when will it be considered as gain to be shared, when will it be considered as my own gain. Everything should be properly mentioned in the agreement. There should be a predefined formula for sharing the benefits and the time period thereof. You remember that earlier question. First year entire cost savings supplier will take, second year say he will start sharing, fourth year all the savings my company will get. As a proper formula for sharing the benefits and the time period should also be there. Effort from entity, because innovation is not only the responsibility of the outsourcing supplier. Naturally, just because I outsource the work to you does not mean that I will not do anything now. I should also give efforts to bring innovation in that work and all, and constitute innovation team to create an innovation structure, generate idea and execution of the same. Important is to do some innovation which will give you savings in cost. Yeah, now that I have outsourced my work to you, I have some time to innovate. Now that I have some time to innovate, you do that innovation, you construct an innovation team. All that is necessary in outsourcing, in gain sharing arrangements. Yeah. Okay. Further, the consideration of above analysis, company should consider the outsourcing of P1, P2 and P4 by entering outsource contract with Proteus. So conclusion is that yes, the company should consider outsourcing of P2 and P4, taking care of the above things. At this point, it is important to note that cost analysis emphasizes purely quantitative and financial considerations. However, outsourcing decisions are often influenced by qualitative factors. Look, just for theory purpose, I can also write down that influenced by qualitative factors also, which are not directly affected in calculations. The impact of the same should also be taken into consideration. The issues suggested above are not exhaustive. You might add some issues of your own also, but these are just example of issues that might be involved. Further, before opting gain sharing arrangement, the same should also be reviewed carefully from a business, legal and tax perspective. Yes, if you are going for gain sharing, you should also think about the tax implications of that, legal and tax implications. This was again a theory about gain sharing. So look, one indirect suggestion to you for May 20, June 20 students. You notice that in the RTP they have given two questions about the same topic, gain sharing arrangement. Now that I would consider that because of this you might give little more weightage to that gain sharing. As per the study material, they just have one paragraph about gain sharing, but they have given two questions entirely based on gain sharing and outsourcing. So consider that as pretty much important for your exam, and you get enough theory content to describe in the questions from this RTP here. Yeah. Okay, that was your question number 6. Going along, question number 7. Question 7 is about customer relationship management. Well, you had this in your chapter 1 and you also have that in your chapter 10. Yeah, chapter 10 more likely we'll talk about. Chapter 10 में सीखा about customer relationship management and customer wise profitability, CAP, customer account profitability, if you remember. Yeah, that is also coming up over here. Basically it is a kind of practical question only with some analysis that they are asking. We'll see. I'll still put that under chapter 10. Jawahar Stationery Mart JSM is located in center of City X and popular for a wide range of stationery products at competitive rate. Box files and Cobra files are among the major products of JSM. JSM clients majorly include medium and large corporate offices, apart from reasonable base of retail clients. Mr. Ronit, who's done his masters in operations and marketing, recently joined the family business JSM. Mr. Ronit, during the first week itself, identifies there are regular complaints from corporate clients regarding delivery of items which are different from what is ordered and for not meeting the requirements. These are the problems that he noticed. Mr. Ronit understands consumer behavior is very critical in nature. If understood well and used throughout the business operation, they can be key success factors. So this company considers that satisfaction of the customer is the success factor. Yeah. Hence, with the intent of establishing integrated relations with customers at JSM, Mr. Ronit advises marketing team to start recording the data, not data regarding customer in a systematic manner and reporting of the same. Okay, time pass they have given. Now the main part, dekho. Following is information regarding 5 major customers who are regularly ordering printed Cobra files. Product code this from JSM. ठीक है. You're given details about 5 particular customers. Customer A, B, C, D, E. For each customer, you are given the number of units that are sold to them and the margin per unit. Margin is like gross profit per unit. Yeah, profit per unit or gross profit per unit you are given. But then after that, you are given number of purchase orders, number of deliveries, and kilometers per delivery. Well, this makes you realize that the question will involve activity based costing. You see, your cost driver rates are also given. The cost of processing the order is rupees 2000 per order. Cost of handling materials is rupees 0.15 per item. This is one item of cost. Handling cost you are given second, while transport cost is rupees 3 per kilometer. Third item of cost, transport cost. And 3 rushed deliveries were made to B. Cost of the rushed delivery is 800 per delivery. Fourth item of cost. So you notice that these cost items are given now separately, and you are given the cost drivers for A, B, C, D, E. These are the cost drivers given. And these are your cost driver rates given. So you need to apply activity based costing. What was activity based costing? Activity based costing is a principle where you make a separate absorption rate for each component of cost in the overheads. It was just an advanced way of absorbing overheads to the product cost. Here we will be applying activity based costing, but not for absorbing overheads to product cost, rather not to find product cost but to find customer wise cost. ठीक है. Activity based costing can be used for distributing overheads to my products or for distributing overheads to my customers also, so that I can get customer wise profit. Yeah, that is your activity based costing. You have your customer names for each of the customer A, B, C, D, E. So I'll make a table with 5 columns. They're asking us to analyze customer profitability, meaning customer wise profit you need to calculate. Customer wise units you are given, customer wise margin per unit given. Consider this margin is the gross profit, meaning before the delivery cost, before the handling cost, before the order processing cost. Yeah, so it is the profit before these 4 items of cost. From that gross profit you will deduct these 4 items of cost, get the net profit of each customer. Well, that was the easy part, calculation part that can be done. Yes, after that is done, I'll give you the analysis of that answer, because your question here is not just asking you to calculate customer profitability, rather it's asking you to analyze that customer profitability. Yes, let us at least first calculate, then I'll give you the analysis. And then second part of the question here, we're asking three fundamental aspects of CRM to facilitate building relationships with the profitable customer. Well, I'll say this is a new theory. This is again another new theory, not there in anywhere in ICAI study material. It is a new theory coming only in the RTP. More likely, well, it was there in your CA IPCC. Old syllabus का IPCC में था. Old syllabus IPCC information technology के topic subject में था. But forget about it. Consider this as a new theory. We'll see that here. Anyways, the calculations here. We'll read. देखो. देखो question 7, customer wise profit analysis we are first doing. For customer A, B, C, D and E, margin you calculate units into margin per unit, ठीक है, that can be done. And then activity wise cost you are just adding. Order processing cost will be number of orders you are given into the cost per order you have. Handling cost is number of units into the cost of handling per item. Your handling cost was given per item, so into number of units you did. Delivery cost was given per kilometer, so into kilometers per delivery and number of deliveries. You notice same kind of question we have in our chapter 10. Same kinds of question we have done in our chapter 10 classwork. And cost of rush deliveries is cost per rush delivery into number of rush deliveries, and that comes in only customer B. Yeah. Anyways, that gives me the total cost. Deduct that will give me profits. In this solution, they have given profit percentage also. You cancel that, it will be absolutely wrong because they have said it is profit divided by net revenue. You are not given net revenue here. What they have done is profit divided by margin. But there is no such ratio as profit, net profit divided by gross profit. Forget that ratio. You just see the amounts of profit. And if you see the amounts of profit, it appears that customer B is least profitable, loss making in fact, while customer E is the most profitable, 58,050 ka profit. Customer E is the most profitable, customer B is the least profitable. But if you notice the margin before distributing the activity wise cost, you saw that customer B was having significant profit, but after distributing activity wise cost, it turns out to be loss making. Why did customer B become loss making? Well, I can say that he becomes loss making because of which main problems. Look at the main problems in customer B. You see that the order processing cost, customer B may it is pretty high. So one reason I can say that B is having a very large number of orders. That is one problem. And you can also see that the number of rush deliveries here is high, due to which rush delivery cost is high. So two main problems in customer B due to which he has become loss making is that he has a very huge number of orders, due to which ordering cost is high, and he is also asking you to make rush deliveries, because of which again it is loss making. Yeah, but customer E is very good profits, and overall profit is pretty much good in customer E. This is my analysis. We'll read. Dekho. From the above, it can be concluded that A, C and D are less profitable than customer E, whereas customer B is causing losses. B provides a positive operating margin. Operating margin was positive, but it's unprofitable when customer attributable costs are considered. This is because B requires more sales orders than other customers. In addition, it also has rush delivery cost. This is the main reason why B turns out to be loss making. You can see that in your calculation above. Yeah. This analysis can make sense if interpreted considering Pareto analysis. Well, just as an extra discussion, you can also describe Pareto analysis. Remember what was Pareto analysis? Pareto analysis said that 80% of my profits are coming from only 20% of the customers. I have 5 customers here. But out of the 5 customers, you can see that majority of the profit is coming from only one customer. Majority of my profits is coming from only customer E. That one single customer is the most profitable customer. He is giving me more than 50% of my total profit. Maybe not 80%, but it is at least more than 50-60%. Let us count. What is the total profit? Let us add all the profits over here. 14,200 minus 5,820 plus 17,600 plus 11,950 plus 5,8050. The total profit of my entire company turns out to be 95,980, out of which profit of customer E is rupees 5,8050. So make that into percentage. 5,8050 divided by 95,980 percent is almost 60%. So you see that 60% of my entire profit is coming from only one customer. Now if 60% of the profit is coming from only one customer, then this customer आपके लिए भगवान है. This customer is like God for your company. He is God for your company because 60% of your profit is coming from only this one customer. Take very good care of that customer. Take very good care of that customer. That will be also my recommendation here. Yes. Anyways, that is described over here. Now that we thought of Pareto analysis, you have also written some theory about Pareto analysis. This is the basic theory of Pareto analysis. I'm not reading that. That is the general theory about Pareto analysis. Graph you can skip, not needed. Although here the proportion 80-20 does not hold true, but for this company, major portion of profit, around 60%, is coming from customer E only. Then you apply Pareto analysis in this company and say that major portion of the profit is coming from customer E only. Therefore, customer E is critical to JSM. Special attention can be given to enhancing relationships with this customer. Yes. So ultimately, I'll say that for this customer, special attention can be given to this customer to ensure that customer E does not migrate to other competitors. In addition, greater emphasis can be given to attract new customers that have the same attributes as the most profitable customer E. If this is most profitable, you find out more customers like this guy. Yeah. Further, there is no point in serving customer B. There is no point in serving customer B. So either you refuse the sale to customer B or you do some cost reduction in customer B. Chalo, customer B as such, I won't suggest that you stop selling to him because he is giving good margin at least. Final profit is less, but margin is pretty good. So you search out the reason why he is making a loss and you try to prevent that. What is the main reason why customer B becomes loss making for me? Well, it is because he is placing too many number of orders. If the number of orders in customer B is very high, you see that here. So simple, I suggest him to make lesser number of orders of larger size. Plus, I will tell him that I will not make any rush deliveries to you. Or if I will make rush deliveries, I'll charge you extra for the rush delivery. Naturally, if the customer does not order on time, he asks me to do rush deliveries, then I will charge him extra for that. Well, that kind of discipline I need to make customer B implement. I need to make him implement that kind of discipline. That is what I'm suggesting here. Dekho. Instead of refusing to trade with customer B, if possible, it may be better to turn it into a profitable customer. B can be made profitable if action is taken to convince customer B to place smaller number of large quantity order and to avoid rush deliveries. These were the two main problems. That much if you convince customer B, then he is a good enough customer. He might still give you profit. Maybe not huge profit like customer E, but at least he will add something to your profit. Yeah. If customer B cannot be convinced to change his buying behavior, then selling prices should be increased to cover extra resources consumed. Quite natural. Yeah. Okay. Second part was asking you about customer relationship management. Well, that is just a theory topic in which we'll see. Dekho. First, I start with supply chain management. Customer relationship management is a topic under supply chain management. It is a topic within supply chain management. You'll see that in chapter number 2. Yeah. But first I describe what is supply chain management. Yaad karo, what is supply chain management? Chalo, theory revision. Supply chain management. Supply chain basically means all the chain of activities involved, right from my material supplier until the final goods are delivered to my customer. So all the activities involved since I purchase material from my supplier, deliver the material to my factory, do the production in my factory. After production, I distribute material to the different warehouses and stores that I have, retail stores, and from my retail stores, the product reaches the final customer. All these things comes in my supply chain. All these things will come in my supply chain. That is my definition. Dekho. Supply chain management is the technique to integrate supplier of material, manufacturing in my company, storage where I store the finished goods, distribution of the products to the customers, finally distribution. And to do that efficiently, in order to procure, produce and distribute the products at the right time, in the right quantity and the right place effectively. This is like the basic definition. For effective distribution, CRM can be an enabling tool. So look, in my supply chain part, in this entire description definition of supply chain, CRM comes when we talk about distribution, because CRM is when I distribute my goods to the customer. For effective distribution, CRM can be an enabling tool. Then CRM को define किया देखो. First I defined supply chain management. Then I define CRM. CRM is an integrated approach to manage and coordinate customer interactions. To identifying, acquiring and retaining customers. Yes, CRM enables businesses to understand and retail customers through better customer experience, apart from attracting new customers in order to increase profitability and decrease customer management cost. So you want to identify, acquire and retain customers. These three terms explain everything. And why do you wish to do that? You wish to do that naturally to increase profitability and decrease the customer management cost. CRM system comprises three fundamental aspects. Now this is my answer. Three fundamental aspects to facilitate building relationship with the profitable customers. Like I said, this is also a new theory. So you read this as if it is a complete new theory, not there anywhere in your study material. So three aspects of CRM: operative CRM, analytical CRM and collaborative CRM. What is that? Operative CRM is like day-to-day operational activities ka CRM. So operative CRM, you remember like this, it is about day-to-day operational activities. It is taking care of individual transactions and is used by the operational team. Operational team means who? Operational team means those employees of my company who are directly in interaction with the customer, my salesmen and all. Yeah, individual transactions, takes care of individual transactions and is used by operational team. Interactions by customers are kept in the database and are used later by the service, sales and marketing team for operational decisions. This customer interaction data will help my salesmen to pick the customers better, retain the customers and even pick out new customers. That is my operative CRM. You know, many companies, when you make a call to the customer service center, they already have your details. They know your name. Say if I call Airtel service center, they already know my name. Naturally they will know which handset am I using also. They have all that data about the customer. That will just create better relations with the customer. Yeah, I call to the Airtel customer care with one problem. If that problem doesn't get solved, tomorrow again I call, then I don't need to explain my problem again. They already have in their data what is the problem with this customer. Yeah, that is like interactions with the customer are kept in the database. So operative CRM is about day-to-day transactions matlab interactions with the customer are stored in the database. That is my main aspect of operative CRM. So I'll say individual interactions with the customer are saved in the database and used later for operational decisions. In JSM, the staff who is responsible to deal with the customers, matlab the salesman, must be given access to customers' details, including all information of activities performed earlier. This will enhance the JSM staff's efficiency to deal with customer-facing process in a better way. Yeah. Now, for this company, you can simply say that the salesman should be given access to this customer data. Done? Yes. Okay. Analytical CRM. Analytical basically means to analyze that data. Operative was just to maintain the data and take decisions based on that. Analytical says that you analyze that data, analyze that operational data created on the operational side of the CRM effort for evaluation and prediction of customer behavior. So main thing, you analyze the data to predict customer behavior. If I purchase a mobile phone from Amazon today, then Amazon का server, Amazon का analytical CRM will analyze this data about my purchase, and next time it will recommend me to purchase mobile phone cover, mobile screen guard and all. That all comes from analysis. They will predict the customer behavior, that if the customer has purchased a phone, next he might be interested in purchasing the phone cover and the screen guard and other accessories. Yeah. In JSM, now in this company, in JSM, analytical CRM can highlight the patterns in customer behavior. Look, this is also interesting. Highlight the patterns in customers' behavior, which will help the sales team while pitching the product at the JSM. Yes, analyze the patterns of the customer behavior, and that will help you show the product to the customer in more better way. That is like pitching the product to the customer in a better way. And the third one, collaborative CRM. Collaborative is to ensure that the information about the customer must flow seamlessly throughout the supply chain. Customer information should flow seamlessly throughout my entire company, throughout the entire supply chain, throughout the major distribution centers and all. Yeah. Throughout the supply chain, major distribution channel in form of collaborative efforts by all the associated departments. Collaborative CRM basically says that your all departments in the company should collaborate together to give better service to the customer. For example, that Airtel wala case, if I complained in the Airtel customer care that I have this problem, this guy at the customer care was not able to resolve my complaint, so he will transfer the call to another department. At the another department, do I need to explain my problem again? No, another department already knows what is my problem, because they are sharing information, they are working together as a team, they are working, all departments collaborate together to give service to this customer. That is collaborative CRM. In case of JSW, if one salesman goes to the customer and says that I'll sell you this product at this price, then at the time when the customer agrees that हाँ चलो, I agree to purchase products from you, then the customer will be transferred to the operational team. Operational team says that no, this is not the selling price, we'll charge more price. Is that done? No. There has to be collaboration among the departments of the company, that whatever was committed by the salesman, same thing the customer should be given at the time of actual deal. Yeah, that is like one example I can give. So collaborative CRM is for collaborative efforts by all associated departments of JSM to increase the quality of service provided to the customer. Yeah. Increase in utility at the customer end will result in increased loyalty. Yes, if I give better service to the customer, all departments collaborate better to give service to the customer, that will lead to increased loyalty. by the customer. Collaborative CRM comprises interactive technologies like email, digital media to simplify communications between customers and staff, which would help in building relationships. Yeah, this happened with me. I called up customer care of one company with some particular problem, and they said that the problem is not with our product, the problem is with your seller. You contact your seller. ठीक है. I contacted the seller. Seller told me that no, the problem is not with the seller, the problem is with the brand. I told them that the brand is saying that you have sold me the wrong product. The seller was very clear. He said that ठीक है, you send you send a written letter from the brand which was telling you that this is a seller problem. If the brand can give you in writing that it is seller problem, then I will replace the product for you. He was very clear. I contacted the brand again. I'll not name the brand. I contact the brand again, asking them that whatever you told me on call, can you give it to me in email? Well, it has been 3 months now and they have still not given me that in email. They did not give it to me in writing that it is not a brand problem, it is a seller problem. Phone pe bol diya, but writing mein nahi diya. Well, that will damage relationships with the customer. Yeah. To simplify communications, email, digital media will be more convenient for that. Yeah. That is collaborative CRM. Well, anyways, that is one new theory involved in your RTP here. Look, as such, in this entire RTP, I would say this is precisely the only important new theory involved in the RTP. Done? Yes. Anyways, all this highlighting and all, you'll find that in the link below my video. So you'll get all this data in the link, not a problem in that. Anyways, that was your question number 7 in your RTP. Going further to question number 8. Okay, question 8. Question 8 is regarding just in time, JIT. Just in time is something that we had learnt in chapter number 3. Let me just remind you. In chapter 3, we had learned about just in time. This was one of the ways of reducing wastage. Just in time was mainly about managing my production, managing my material purchase in such a way that there is almost zero inventory. I order the materials just in time before it is supposed to be used. I produce the products just in time before it is supposed to be delivered. So that if I order materials at the last moment, I don't have unnecessary extra inventory of material. If I produce the finished goods at the last moment, I don't have unnecessary extra units of finished goods also. In short, it was about many aspects of reducing my wastage, reducing the stock wastage, reducing the time wastage. Because if I produce the finished goods well in advance, then unnecessarily they are sitting idle for so much time before it is delivered to the customer. All that we had learnt under just in time. Yeah, we'll see that again here. Dekho. Pearson Metal and Motor Works deals in manufacturing of copper wired electronic motor, which is specifically designed. ठीक है. Company is thinking to shift from traditional system to JIT system as a part of process innovation. ठीक है. The CEO among other top bosses at the company are hopeful that implementation of JIT will not only improve value in the value chain for end customer, but also improve overall manufacturing cycle efficiency. Manufacturing cycle efficiency. Well, this comes from chapter 10. Chapter 10 में सीखा था manufacturing cycle efficiency was one of the calculation involved under quality control, which said that manufacturing cycle efficiency, I'll just give that here, MCE नाम दिया था, was equal to what? It was in general equal to value added time divided by the total time. And more precisely in the workings, in the example which we had done in the class, it was like the processing time divided by total time. Look, total time might involve many other time period which is non-value added. Processing time is the main time which I spend producing the product. This is value added, but there were other times also which were non-value added. As some examples we had in that classwork question. Some similar examples we'll see over here. Dekho. JIT pre-implementation team was formed to evaluate the probabilities which collects following actual and estimated data about the process. Now we are given some data about that. Dekho, you are given the data in minutes. Minutes matlab time you are given inspection time, storage time, moving time, processing time. Inspection time, storage time and moving time, these three, remember, these were non value added NVA we had called them, while processing time is my main value added time. Now if these other three times are non value added, does it mean I should stop doing inspection, stop doing storage, stop moving the goods? No, it is not possible. Inspection something you have to do, yeah, but under JIT I want to save all that time. So if I want to save all that time, then I had given you suggestions in class. For example, to save the inspection time, in order to save the inspection of finished goods, you start doing inspection of materials itself so that the materials do not come damaged. Or in order to save time of inspecting materials, you inspect the production facility of the material supplier. Give suggestions to the material supplier such that his materials, materials that he supplies does not come defectives. As our suggestions we had discussed when we learnt JIT. Also, to reduce the non-value added activities, you can say reduce the storage time, reduce the moving time. All that can be done under JIT system. They have estimated, dekho, they have estimated that under the JIT system, inspection time can be reduced. Yes, storage time will definitely reduce. That is the main benefit of JIT. You don't have unnecessary storage. Plus moving time will reduce. Why? Because under JIT, remember, my delivery of materials will happen directly at the production floor. Anyways, if I'm getting the material at the last moment, I will not first put the material in the store and then bring it to my factory. No, the materials will be delivered directly at the factory, directly at the production floor itself, due to which movement, the time wasted in movement of materials, movement of goods can also be saved. Moving time will be saved. Also, because of say maybe better materials and all, better efficient processing and all, due to that my processing time is also being saved. Yes, this is my JIT system here. Further, company decided to practice single piece workflow under JIT. Company received an order which is due to manufacture and delivered for 10 such motors. You received an order of 10 motors. Total available production time to produce what customer demands is 480 minutes, out of which it is normal practice that 30 minutes will be spent in shutdown and cleaning. Therefore, net, I can say total available production time net is now 450 minutes. Now this is new, it will pertain to some new theory. We'll see, dekho. CEO is also considering JIT purchase apart from JIT production. Okay? Further, they are asking you to explain just in time, basic theory of just in time you explain. They're asking you to calculate takt time and interpret the result. Now this is again a new theory. New theory nowhere given in ICAI study material, but it's there in the RTP. We'll learn it from the RTP and advise whether the company should shift to JIT or not. The first thing, explain JIT. Explain JIT is the basic theory of JIT. We've learned many things about JIT in our class. You don't need to give everything there. You just give some of those points and that will be enough. The explanation of JIT that you give might not be exhaustive, but some examples, some explanation you give, that will be more than enough. We'll see, dekho. JIT is a collection of ideas that streamlines a company's production process activities to such an extent that wastage of all kind, that is wastage of time, material and labor, is systematically driven out of the process with a single piece flow after considering takt time. What is takt time? We'll see further. Yeah. But this is the basic understanding that JIT refers to removing wastages of all kind. Plus, in JIT, production facilities required to be integrated with the vendor system. Integration with the vendor system. Remember, I had given this example that I will not send a purchase order to the vendor. Rather, my my software system might be integrated with the material supplier ka software system, such that whenever my material goes out of stock or is less in stock, then automatically it will create an order with the supplier and he will do the delivery automatically. That is like integration of my system with the vendor system, such that it is signal based automatic supply, which depends on demand based consumption. Okay, so demand based consumption, again important term here. We had learned about a pull system against a push system. Yeah, pull system. Demand based consumption is nothing but another word for pull system. I will not order materials, keep it in stock and push it in production. No, rather I should go for pull system. I will order materials only what is required by the production. That is called pull system. That is demand based consumption. I consume materials only based on what is demand from the customers. Under JIT system, inventory storage cost is the lowest. All these terms we have learned when we did theory of JIT. This you can consider as just a revision. Due to direct issue of materials to the production department, देखो, materials are directly issued to the production department, not to the go down and then to the production. No, directly it goes to the production department as and when required. So there is no material lying over in the store or production floor, no excess material lying in the store. Yeah, the prerequisite of JIT system is integration with the vendor. We've already written that. Repetition. If vendor is not integrated properly or less reliable, then situation of stock out can arise. This is one problem with JIT, that if you are ordering materials at the last moment, then you should have good integration with the vendor. If you don't have that integration, then you might have a problem of stock out situation might arise. Yeah. Multitasking by employee is another key feature of JIT. Group of employees should be made based on product instead of function. Employees based on product instead of based on function. Remember, we told in JIT that you should create cellular manufacturing, cell create karna, such that one employee is responsible for everything related to this product. It is not like a separate employee handles purchases, separate employee handles production. If that happens, then they will not be integrated, they will not be coordinated. Instead, I should have one employee who handles everything related to this product. Another employee handles everything related to another product. So that if the same employee handles the purchase and production of this product, then he will integrate better. He will manage the purchase of material such that only what is required for production, unnecessary extra material he will not buy. Yeah, so your employees should be made product wise, not function wise. Function matlab department wise. No, it is better to classify your employees product wise. That is what this says. Yeah, same example I had given you when I discussed this theory in class. Hence, functional based allocation of cost becomes less appropriate. Overall, JIT enhance the quality of the product by eliminating waste and continuous improvement of productivity. This is the basic meaning about JIT. Next, they are talking about the new topic, takt time. What is takt time? Takt time indicates the maximum available time to meet the demands of the customer. देखो calculation दिया इधर. Takt time is available production time divided by total, not quality but make that quantity. The printing mistake is total available production time divided by total quantity required. In this question, my available production time was net 450 minutes. You saw that in the question. Divided by quantity required in that new order was 10 units. So my takt time turns out to be 45 minutes. What does this mean? This 45 minutes is the time required per unit. It's simply the time required per unit. But it is just a different way of expressing that. It is like my target time per unit. I should make a unit every 45 minutes. I should complete one unit every 45 minutes. It is the average time between starting production of one unit and the start of production of next unit. In other words, it is time per unit. Look, there are complicated ways of expressing the same concept. Ultimately, this is my time per unit available. It's called as takt time. Same calculation, the other 45 minutes is what they get. And then read this. This means that process must be set up to produce one unit for every 45 minutes throughout the time available. Every 45 minutes, one unit should get completed throughout the time available. This is called as my takt time. Yeah. Further, advice on shifting to JIT. Well, long advice they have given, but I will just cut it short. If you notice, they have given some long advice, but ultimately many things are just repeated in the wordings given here. I suggest that you give your advice based on the data that they have given. Look, this data given leaves you with only one option to calculate. For JIT, you don't have anything else to calculate. Only one thing you can calculate with the given data here. Only one thing that I can calculate here is this manufacturing cycle efficiency. Anyways, the question said that they want to improve the manufacturing cycle efficiency. If they want to improve the manufacturing cycle efficiency, I will give my recommendation based on only that. Manufacturing cycle efficiency. Process time divided by total time. If I do that here, in traditional system, processing time is 60 divided by total time. Total time in traditional method was 200 minutes. And in JIT, total time, if you add them up, is 40, 50 and 50, 100. If I make a ratio, manufacturing cycle efficiency, if I calculate, then in case of traditional system, it is 60 divided by 200. That turns out to be 30%. And in a JIT system, it turns out to be 40 divided by 100. That turns out to be 40%. What does this mean? This means that in traditional system, only 30% of my total time was used in value added work. Baki 70% time was going in non-value added activities. But under JIT system, first of all, total time has decreased. That is good. And within that total time also, now 40% of the time is used in value added work. Only 60% time goes into the non-value added work. Yeah, that is also good, that only 60% of my time is used in non-value added work. That indicates something good. Yeah. Well, because of that, I can recommend that yes, JIT should be implemented. Look at this advice. Advice on shifting to JIT. For that advice, they have just given some general theory and then they say that you calculate manufacturing cycle efficiency. We'll read, chalo. To evaluate how much old cycle time was spent in inventory, we need to know how organizations assess efficiency of their manufacturing processes. One commonly used measure is the process cycle efficiency or manufacturing cycle efficiency. MCE is what we had called in our classwork. Well, in this question, why am I using MCE to evaluate the JIT? Well, because in this question, that is the only data given. Are you given anything about the carrying cost or storage cost saved because of JIT? No. Are you given anything about any other cost saved due to JIT? No. In fact, they have not given any cost information here. The only thing available for us to decide is the MCE. We'll decide based on MCE here. They've just given basic understanding what is that process cycle efficiency. And to calculate the same, every process is broken down into combination of activities such as value added, non-value added activities. And in order to generate highest value to the customer, only value added activities are included in the process. But those non-value added activities which are strategic in nature also need to be a part of the process. Therefore, it may be possible that entire process is not efficient. Out of 200 hours, 200 minutes that I need, only 60 minutes were used in value added activities. Rest of the time was wasted, but it was necessary. Hence, my present MCE turned out to be 30%, 60 divided by 200. Yeah. To measure efficiency of process, manager keep track of relation between time taken by value added activities in comparison to total cycle time. This is called as manufacturing cycle efficiency. Then they have described processing time is considered value added time, while inspection, storage and moving is considered a non value added time. Yes, we decided that. Higher the percentage, lesser the time needs to be spent on a non-value added activities. So MCE, if it is more, it is good, because less time you're wasting in unnecessary activities. So in this case, you did the calculation, you got 30% and 40% here. And then usi ka explanation diya, the same explanation that I have given, that out of 200 minutes, 60 minutes were spent on actual processing, baki 140 minutes were on non-value added activities, which gives only 30%. While in the JIT system, out of total 100 minutes, only 40% time is used in value added things. So that seems to be good. So conclusion, there is significant improvement in efficiency, manufacturing cycle efficiency. Significant improvement in MCE over the previous system comes from the implementation of JIT. Therefore, it is advantageous to shift to JIT system. Look, generally in my classwork questions, we decided whether to do JIT or not based on cost comparison. This question, they have not given any cost data, so I decide based on whatever data is given. Data given was MCE. MCE is what you had learnt in chapter 10. We're just mixing two things together here. Done? Yes. Okay, that is your question number 8. And the next two questions, question 9 and question 10, well, these two questions are from my classwork book. These two questions are from my classwork book only. I'll give you references from the classwork book itself. Okay, question 9 is from our chapter number 2. The topic is theory of constraints. This was what we had learned in chapter number 2. In fact, I'll give you a cross reference. This is from our chapter 2, classwork question 9. Let me also tell you the page number. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, it is on page number 2.46. Classwork question 2, page 2.46. I'll just mention that. And question 10 of your RTP is also exactly from my classwork. Question 10 of RTP about standard costing, that is also exactly from my classwork. It is chapter 12, standard costing, question number 32. Chapter 12, classwork, question 32 from our practicals portion. Again, uska bhi page number, let me tell you, I'll write it there. Chapter 12, I had removed the page here. Page number 12.50, 12.50. That is your standard costing. So both these questions are, if they are directly from my classwork, I'll just give you a very short recap of these discussions, what we made in class. Yes, we have done both these questions in class. And in your classwork book, I have given these questions with solution also. I'll just revise that from the classwork book itself. There go. Question 9 of the RTP was from chapter 2. I'll start from there. Chapter 2, question 9. We'll read and we'll revise it from your book itself here. Dekho. Z Plus Security manufactures a surveillance camera equipment that are sold to various office establishments. The firm also installs the equipment at the client's place to ensure that it works properly. So your company is doing what? Your company is into manufacturing of the camera and also installation of the camera. Both the task you are doing. Further, each camera is sold for rupees 2500, selling price you are given. Direct material cost you are given, rupees 1000 for each camera is the only variable cost. Remember, theory of constraints, your contribution is in the form of throughput, and throughput is basically sales minus material cost, considering labor as a fixed cost. Under the concept about theory of constraints, labor was considered as a fixed cost, only materials was taken as variable at most of places. So sales you are given 2500, material cost is 1000, so I can say therefore contribution is 1500 for each camera. Matlab 1500 per unit is my contribution. All other costs are fixed. Below is the information for manufacturing and installation of the equipment. You are given capacity, manufacturing capacity, installation capacity. My manufacturing capacity is 750, installation capacity 500, but actual yearly production and installation is 500. So look, my manufacturing capacity is 750, but I'm manufacturing only 500. 250 units is my spare capacity. Why am I leaving the capacity spare? Why am I not manufacturing that 250? Well, because I don't have installation capacity. So do you remember, in such case, installation becomes my bottleneck. Remember bottleneck. What is bottleneck? Bottleneck is that department which is restricting my production. Here in my company, I'm doing two things. I'm manufacturing and installing the cameras, but my installation capacity is only 500. Hence, my manufacturing also I stopped at 500. Because if I manufacture more, it is not possible for me to install. So I did not manufacture more. Installation becomes my bottleneck. Yeah. Further, identify the bottleneck in operation cycle of ZPS, that operation cycle that ZPS should focus on improving. Give reasoning for your answer. What is bottleneck? Installation is my bottleneck. I should try to improve or increase my capacity of installation. Yeah. Second, and give reasoning for your answer. Well, reason is simple. If my installation is already reached full capacity, so even if I manufacture more, it will not be of any use because installation is not possible. Hence, installation is my bottleneck here. Second, an improvement in installation technique could increase the number of installations to 550 camera units. Okay, this would involve total additional expenditure of 40,000. Advise whether they should implement this technique or not. Look, seems to be good because installation was my bottleneck. If you are able to increase installation, then seems to be good. So with this new with this improvement in installation technique, it could increase the number of installations to 550, not increase by 550, it is increase to 550. Right now my installation is 500. So because of this new technology, how much extra installations can I do? 50 units extra. So this new technology can give extra 50 units installation. Okay, per unit, what is the contribution that I was getting? Per unit I'm getting contribution of rupees 1500. So total extra benefit will be 50 into 1500, 75,000. But the capital cost of this new technology, total additional expenditure for new technology is 40,000. Should I implement this technology? Yes, because ultimately you are getting 35,000 still benefit here. Yeah, that can be my answer here. And the third one, engineers have identified ways to improve manufacturing technique. Now they're asking to improve manufacturing. That would increase production by 150 cameras. This would involve cost of 100 per camera unit due to necessary changes to be made in direct material. Advise ZPS whether they should implement this new technology or not. Well, in third case, I will say no. Why no? Because even if you improve manufacturing and produce 150 extra units, kya faida? What will be the benefit of producing 150 extra units when you are not able to install them? Your bottleneck is the installation department. So if you want to give extra efforts, you give efforts there first. If you can improve installation, once installation is not a bottleneck, then you give efforts in other department. Yeah, this will be your answer here. Done? Yes, same answer is described in the description here. Dekho, incremental benefit 35,000 and all that you can then read from the book. It's given in your book, you can read it from there. The language in your book might be some wordings different because I will redraft it to make it more easily understandable for you. Yeah. Also, one last question in RTP was your standard costing chapter 12, question number 32. We'll see that in your books on page number 12.5. Page number 12.550, I mean. Koni Limited, based in Kuala Lumpur, is Malaysian subsidiary of Japan's NY Corporation, headquartered in Tokyo. ठीक है. Koni's principal Malaysian business include marketing, sales, and after-sales service of electronic products and software export products. Koni set up a new factory in Penang to manufacture and sell integrated circuits. This is your product. The first quarter's budgeted production and sales were 2,000 units. Budgeted units you are given 2,000. The budgeted sales price and the standard cost were as follows. You are given all the details. Dekho. These details, consider them as all standard details. You're given standard sales price per unit as 50. RM is Malaysian ringgit, the currency of Malaysia. Standard sales price you are given 50. Standard cost per unit you are given circuit X and circuit designers. This is like material and labor cost you are given, the contribution you have, and then actual data you are given, actual selling price you are given, and material and labor. You are given even material quantity, labor hours. Similarly, in standard also you are given material quantity, labor hours, rate, everything, all necessary data you have. The management accountant made the following observation on the actual results. You notice that my standard contribution was per unit 13, actual contribution per unit is 26. Seems good. My contribution has improved rapidly, so looks like very good. But read further. Okay, sorry, the standard contribution is per unit and actual is of total 2,000 units. So this is my data available. Further, the management accountant made the following observations on the actual result. In total, performance agreed with the budget. However, in every aspect other than volume, there was huge differences. However, in every aspect other than volume, there was huge differences. Sales were made at what was supposed to be the highest feasible price. So good, your sales was done at a very good price. You can notice that 1,58,000 was my total sales for 2,000 units. Divided by 2,000. So your selling price that you have actually got is 79 per unit, but the selling price that you were supposed to sell was 50 per unit. So yes, sales you have got at a very good price. So let us do one thing. Remember standard costing, we make a data table. Let me put this data in data table, then I'll read the question further. Dekho. If I put that same data in my data table, first of all, standard as given is selling price of 50, material 25, 12, all this is for 1 unit, and your standard quantity was 2,000 units. So I make my standard as given for 2,000 units. For 2,000 units, my contribution that I should have earned was 13 per unit, total 26,000. And material cost, labor cost, all that I have given you here. Material for 1 unit is 10 kgs at 2.5, 6 hours at rupees 2. And actual is for 2,000 units. So units has remained the same, and actual 2000 units ka contribution is 26,000. So my per unit contribution has turned out to be same 13 per unit. So you notice that in my standard and my actual, my per unit contribution is the same, total contribution is the same. So it seems that I have performed, my actual performance seems to be same as the budget. My actual performance seems same as the budget, no problem as such in there. But in my actual, you see the pricings you are given. 21,600 was the quantity of material, 97,200 was the material cost given, 11,600 labor hours and 34,800 labor cost you are given. All that is the data given in the question. Now you read here. In total, performance agreed with the budget. Yes, you see that my contribution has remained the same, volume has remained the same. However, in every aspect other than volume, there were huge differences. What differences? Well, one difference you see in the selling price only. My budgeted selling price was supposed to be 50. Actual selling price I have got is 79. So if actually I have sold at such a good price, then why is overall contribution still remaining the same? That is one problem. Yes, sales were made at what was supposed to be the highest feasible price, but now we feel that we could have sold for 82 rupees price with no adverse effect on volume. So look, actual selling price is 79, but now you realize that you could have sold it for 82.5 also, could have sold. So actual selling price is 79, standard selling price was 50, but now we are told that it could have been sold at 82, 82.5. This will become your revised standard. Revised standard. Remember operational variance and planning variances? The question is about that planning variances. As compared to my original budgeted selling price, it seems that I have got a good selling price. I have sold it at a better price. But as compared to the revised selling price, it seems that I have been able to get a lesser price. Revised selling price shows that this is what you could have got, but you have got only 79. In short, they are revising the standard. They could have sold for 82.5. This is my revised selling price with no adverse effect on volume. Circuit X cost that was anticipated at the time of budget was prepared. Material cost at the time of budget was prepared was 2.5 per unit. You can see that here, 2.5 per unit. However, the general market price relating to the efficient purchases of the Circuit X during the quarter was 4.25 per unit. So general market price of that material itself has increased. So my material price is also getting revised. 2.5 was original, revised is 4.25. मटेरियल प्राइस में रिवीजन हुआ, ठीक है. The circuit designers have the responsibility of designing electronic circuits that make up the electrical systems. Circuit designers' cost rose dramatically with increased demand for specialist skills required to produce the product, and the general market rate was 3.125 per hour. Look, your estimated rate for labor was 2, but the general market price had then become 3.125 per hour. Okay? I'm just noting down the data. I'll show you that in my data table. Although Kony always paid below the normal market rate whenever possible, in my opinion, it is not necessary to measure the first quarter's performance through variance analysis. Further, our operations are fully efficient as the final contribution is equal to original budget. So the management accountant, this guy is saying that there is no need to do variance analysis because our contribution has remained the same. Okay. Now see my data table here. I'm answering using contribution variances. I'm giving you answer based on contribution variances, because management accountant is saying that contribution has remained the same. I will show that yes, contribution has remained the same, but the components within contribution variances are changing. Remember, what are the components under the contribution variance? Yaad karo, my total contribution variance contained three components. One was contribution margin volume variance. In this case it is 0 because volume is not changing, okay? But you had also sales price variance here, which is huge in this case, and you have variable cost variance, under which this question will have material cost variance and labor cost variance. The management accountant is saying that variance analysis is not needed because my total contribution variance is 0. True, total contribution variance is 0. My contribution in total is not changing. But you have to write, you have to comment that just because total variance is 0 does not mean variance analysis is not needed. Because when I analyze this further, it might make me realize that selling price I could have charged better, but I did not. Material cost has increased. So my selling price has increased and my cost has increased. That is why contribution has remained the same. You still will see some scope of improvement here. Yeah, that is what we will prove. Plus, in this question, they have also given revision of standard. My material price per kg originally budgeted was 2.5, but then the market price had become 4.25. My labor rate originally estimated was 2, but then the labor market rate has become 3.125. So if I compare my material price actually paid 4.5 with the original budget, it seems that I have paid extra price. But is that the fault of the company? No. You identify only the ones which is fault of the company. What is fault of the company? Operational variances. Planning variances are not my fault. So if you calculate traditional variances here, if I calculate only traditional variances here, then yes, the net effect is 0. Your budgeted contribution, actual contribution comes same, net effect is 0 as per the traditional variances. But if I calculate operational variances separately, it will make me realize that what my company has actually done. Yeah. Remember, operational variances, how do we calculate? Operational variances we calculate by ignoring the original budget and comparing the actual with the revised budget. Yeah, so I compare the actual with the revised budget. One data that does not come here was my data about sales price variance. For sales price variance, you compare your selling price, but under operational variances we will compare the revised selling price. Your sales price variance, in general, your formula was like this. It was actual output into actual selling price minus the standard selling price. Actual output here is 2000 units. Actual selling price that you have sold actually is at 79 per unit. Standard selling price as per original budget was 50 per unit. But when I will give my comments, I will give comments based on operational variances. So the revised standard selling price which I could have got was 82.5. Look, why am I giving variances as per operational variances? Remember, because planning variances is not my fault. Planning variances is not my fault. That is the change in the market price. So dekho, market selling price itself has become 82.5. Still you sold at 79. That is bad on your part. The market price of material had become 4.25. Market price of material had become 4.25. Still you could, and you paid 4.5 for it. So that is bad on your part. Of course, it is not very bad as compared to original 2.5. You paid 4.5, not so bad, but still it is bad. 4.25 ke badle you paid 4.5. Similarly, market price of labor increased from 2 rupees to 3.125. So if you have paid 3, it is not actually bad. As compared to 2, it was bad, but as compared to the revised market price, it is not so bad at all. Well, that I can express when I express operational variances separately. So देखो my workings. I've shown you first traditional variances which shows that yes, the net effect of traditional variance is zero. I calculated traditional variances, but then I explain by showing operational and planning variances separately. I show that operational variances, selling price के लिए I compare with 82.5. Material price variance I compare with 4.5. Usage variance is same, regular. Labor rate variance I compare with revised rate of 3 rupees. Yeah, and accordingly I get my total operational variances as 16,500 adverse, planning variance 16,500 favorable. Hence, now the comment. Look, calculation part we've learnt in class. I've shown you the workings here. You can study them from here. I will discuss the comments part here. As the management accountant states, the analysis presents the overall variance of company is nil. Cumulative adverse variances exactly offset the favorable variances. ठीक है? The sales price variance and circuit designer's efficiency variance. However, this traditional analysis does not clearly show the efficiency with which Kony operated. As it is difficult to say whether some of the variances arose from the use of incorrect standards, whether they were due to efficient or inefficient application of those standards. In order to determine this, revised standards should be required, setting out standards that, with hindsight, should have been in operation during the quarter. These revised standards are presented in the data table above. Okay? As seen from working note 2, on the cost side, the circuit designer's rate variance has changed from adverse to favorable. Rate variance देखो favorable हो गया because as such I have saved rate paid to the designers, and the price variance of component X while remaining adverse is significantly reduced. Bad but not so bad, like I explained, as compared to the traditional analysis. On the sales side, sales price variance, which was particularly large and favorable in the traditional analysis, is changed to adverse variance in the revised approach. As compared to my original budget, I got a better selling price, but as compared to the market price, I have got very less selling price. So when I did revised sales price variance, it gives me adverse in the revised approach, reflecting that Kony failed to sell at prices that were actually available in the market. Yeah. Further variances arose from changes in external factors to the business, which might not have been known or acknowledged by the standard setters. External factors means planning variances. At the time of planning and beyond the control of the operational managers, the distinction between variances is necessary to gain a realistic measure of the operational efficiency. In short, this question was describing planning and operating variances. Look, another important topic in your subject here is this planning and operating variances. Almost every exam they have asked a question about planning and operating variances. This time also RTP has this one question about planning and operating variances, which is exactly a question from our classwork book. Because it was from our classwork book, I had discussed that in class, hence I did not explain that in all details. At least calculation part we have learnt in a class, so I'm not explaining. I just explained the interpretation there. Done? Yes. Well, that completes my RTP discussion. Ultimately, chalo, before I end off, I'll just suggest that please do not miss the RTP. Please do not skip the RTP. I told you that you start by doing what is necessary, then you do what is possible. If you do that much, then trust me, you will be achieving what seems to be impossible. Yes, that quote expressly matches for what the study you need to do. Done. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. All the best for the exams. Keep studying well. Yeah. Bye bye.